Hello everyone, welcome at the FIDE World Women's Team Chess Championship 2023. We are in semifinals where we have only 4 teams left out of 12 at the beginning. We are in Poland, in Bydgoszcz, and in this studio we are working for you, Grandmasters Alojzije Janković, Marcin Tazbir, and myself, women grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili.
I'll let you know. Today you do your announcement by yourself.
Yeah.
So you guys, we had such a fantastic day yesterday. So many teams went out. Is there any surprises that we should expect today?
No, I think that today really all the teams deserve to be here. So we might say that some players are maybe better rated or something, but in general it's 50-50. We can expect everything. That's why we are here. We like to see tense matches, even matches, but when some tension will arise, I'm pretty sure that till the end it will be very, very interesting to follow. Medals are always something special to win at the World Championship, coming back to your country. This is now huge thing.
It is, and here we have the picture, the video of Bydgoszcz right now. It is bright and beautiful weather. However, here at the playing venue, the players are getting ready. Kazakhstan will take France and Georgia will face USA. The winners of these 2 matches will face each other in the finals. And it's interesting to see the lineups of today, and let's check out which of the players will play here today for France.
If I might jump in just to say that somehow Kazakhstan and France, they were a little bit, I would say, playing a little bit more convincingly than this second encounter. Kazakhstan was cruising really through the pool, and the way how they passed yesterday, it seemed that they are really pretty good shape. France was also dominating the match. So this encounter, I would say, is maybe at the moment all the players, it's more even players are in really positive mood, and they deserve to be here fully.
That is right indeed. So we can see that France is with the lineup of Deimante, Anastasia, Sophie, and Mitra from Kazakhstan. We do have Bibi Sara, Merat, Alua, and Amina gonna play against each other. This match seems to be very interesting. Let's take a look at Georgia, USA, and check out the lineups in here. We can see Alice Lee has not skipped any of the games. She's facing Bella Hotunashvili. Anna Zatonsky will play against Maria Rabidze. We have Tato Abrahamian against Nina Basiashvili. Artosa Porkashian against Lela Javahishvili. So let's take a look now at the playing venue. 1 minute before the start of the round, it is always good to check how the players are feeling. And here we have a handshake.
We have some really experienced players around with so many world championships and Olympic games, while we have also some young players playing for the first time for the national team, which of course it's a big deal. Something different is starting because when you fight for medal, and especially if it can be gold one, it's of course now something much more serious. I just a few hours ago just met Pavel Elyanov, very strong, super strong grandmaster who is helping Georgia in this event, and I was asking him how the prep is going. He said yes, from time to time of course they can guess correctly. They're putting a really big effort to help their players.
That's indeed. You guys, before we dive into today's games, let's take a look at the best players of quarterfinals. Some of the players have scored 2 out of 2, and we can have the photos of these players on the screen. So here we have Alojzije Namanova from Kazakhstan. She scored 2 out of 2. And we do have 2 USA players, Atusa and Tatev, who scored also 2 out of 2. Very impressive from three of them. But there is a weird situation when we do have this kind of balance where you have 2 USA players with 100 perfect score.
Yeah, of course, this give you special boost. But in this match, you will have 2 games. Listen, as we mentioned, it's important that you bring a victory or let's say like positive results at the right moments. It's team competition. If you lose and your team still wins, it's not so important. It's important that you bring a positive result at the right moment.
That is true. Shall we bring up the chessboard and start to analyze the openings?
Yeah, let's do it. So, Georgia, US against Georgia, first board. Now we will see, I would say, like openings not so risky as in previous rounds. Players now, especially with black pieces, will have a role to maybe bring equality or draw, and then that white players in their team start pushing. So now I'm expecting either top-notch theory or super solid variations, not taking risks. So Ragozin or Queen's Gambit is one of those openings. This knight d7 actually got popularized by Pavel Elyanov in our encounter when we were playing tiebreak in European Championship 2007. This was exactly opening he tried against me, and at that time this was undeveloped, but these days you have those hybrid, those transposition of Ragozin and Queen's Gambit. It's quite common. Also Nimzo-Indian, because we can claim also that this is some kind of Queen C2 Nimzo-Indian position. Bishop G5, H6, G5, Knight E4. This is very, very popular, as I said, top-notch theory. But of course, both players, I expect that will come prepared. Let's check the second. You see similar structures. We will have this Carlsbad structure, which is super stable. Actually, in one match, Alekhine Alexander against Hozera Capablanca, when they play in Buenos Aires, 1927, if I'm not mistaken, when Alexander became a world champion. Almost in all matches, all games, they were trying with both colors similar type of structures. At that time, that was like a main thing. And in chess, sometimes you get some new openings, but sooner or later, people do return to this basic and classical setups and lines. Queen's Gambit, this Carlsbad structure with CD, ED is very popular these days. I always like to play with white. From my perspective, with black it's a bit too passive, because white can either choose to push with this minority attack or to play Knight E2, Queen C2, and sometimes even castle long push on the king side or in the center. Somehow a little bit more options, but of course black is super solid. If black is skillful in rearranging her pieces, she can counterattack later. At the moment, very stable, very classical. Let's switch to the third board. Here we have Keti, something unexpected a bit, because here black played this d6, which is of course not common at all. People do play here knight f6 or knight c5, classical Italian stuff, or Hungarian move bishop e7. So d6 is either a way to get your opponent out of the book, or just to use some preparation, which might be underestimated. d4, knight f6. We will see. I'm quite curious to see, because this is not a usual way to play. If I'm not mistaken, Keti, you are e4 player, right? Yourself?
I'm a D4 player.
Okay.
I used to play e4, but I can't remember that period too well. But as all the kids are starting with e4, and then
we all did.
switched to
Yeah,
D4.
we all did. So for me, this is a bit like a new territory.
I just would like to make a comment about these two players, Tsatsalashvili and Tatev. Abrahamian has played one game back in 2020 at Gibraltar Masters, and in that game, Nino Batsiashvili won the match in English opening, but now Tatev has white pieces, and we do have also a different opening.
Yeah, but sometimes when you have this direct encounter, you do have with this history, you do have some emotions, because either you want to fight back or you don't feel so well playing against particular opponent. Let's check the last board. What do we have here? Another London system. This time with bishop a6, and actually, if you recall, this was also played in Elizabeth Pett's game, similar motive when White was pushing later on the king side by playing h4, h5. Your best motive and plan. Okay, let's check the next match. Okay, Rossolimo, bishop b5. Sicilian, very actually good choice for team events, because you are putting slight pressure, but at the same time, it's not that it's drawish or that you don't have something special, but you can keep your game going, which is important sometimes in team events to see what will going on the other boards. D3 is a little bit more safer than C3, which is more challenging. Let's check the next game. Okay, this is also quite known how to play against Berlin endgame. So knight f6, of course, d3 is one of the main moves. Usually players were playing this line, which is of course very boring, but it's also slightly better for White. Some players don't feel in squeezing in endgame so early, so that's why d3 became one of the main lines as well, and then bishop c5, knight d4. Yeah, some sort of Italian game transposition. And before just giving a floor to Marcin, who seems to be ready with some opening comment, let's just move on a bit and finalize my brief scan. The third and fourth board, we have Sicilian with c3, d5, just like a short introduction for our basic players. On knight f3, no one plays d5, because you don't go out with your queen early in the opening, because queen worth 9 units, and your opponent who attacks you with c3, with 3 units, of course, it's not pleasant. Here, different would be situation. Let's say that we have this type of position, then you don't need to retreat because it's 3 for 3. But when the queen is attacked, of course, you need to move. But in case of c3, White doesn't have this square, and that's how this d5 was developed, since now Black is claiming, okay, you cannot attack my queen, and I can develop, not losing so many tempi as I need in different open Sicilian position. So this is well known. Slightly better for White, but here maybe queen c5 was, I don't know, maybe not the best. Maybe e6 was better. And the last move, last board before, is also Sicilian c3. This time Black reacted. Okay, it started with e6, but then it switched to Sicilian c3. Is also one of the main reactions with Black. I was always playing this with Black, and happily, because I do like this position with Black. Knight c6 here is the main move, but of course it's possible to play other stuff as well. White is slightly better, but not much is happening. Okay, let's give a floor to Marcin.
That's right. What do you have, Marcin, for us?
Just a little remark about the opening after e4, e5, knight f3 in the game of Tatev against Nino. So in the Italian game, Black played quite a rare move, d6. Of course, bishop c5, knight f6 are the main lines. Of course, d6 is playable, but I believe white may obtain a small advantage, a small edge, but stable edge here. After d4, knight f6, I can of course play knight to c3, but the other possibility, I believe, on the even level is to exchange the queens and have a small edge because of the better development, and the pieces stay higher. But on the other hand, there are no weaknesses at all in black's camp. So after bishop d6 and taking back the pawn on e4, I believe that position might be considered a little bit, really little bit better for white, but still is totally playable. Instead, I would prefer, if I were white, I would prefer to play knight c3 in that position, but of course, this is totally playable. Just as a remark for the opening in that game. All right, back to you.
Thank you very much, Martin.
Yeah, it will be interesting to follow because if white maybe don't play precise, she might lose whole advantage. And then when you equalize so easily with black Keti in this team competition, that's already something. So maybe this is a nice strategy from Georgian side.
Yeah, and what is really good about this competition, this format, is that every day is a new day for you. It doesn't really matter what happened yesterday, how you qualified to the semifinals, but today is a new day and you have a new opponent. Just a quick reminder for those who just joined us to watch this event. We're gonna have 2 games today. The time control is 45 minutes plus 10 seconds, and in case if these 2 games ends in a draw and we have a tie, then we're gonna have the tie breaks in the blitz portion. So we're looking forward to see how the day ends today. But before that, we have to just understand how the match is going to go, and maybe we can do also a little bit predictions. What do you think of today's matches?
We were actually quite optimistic yesterday about our chances that tiebreak will happen, but somehow in the end, no tiebreak. Today, probably chances are not so high. Yeah, but somehow players are playing interesting chess. A lot of events are going on the board. That means that the games are not so close, not so even. There are many possibilities, mistakes, blunders, good moves, and so on. So it's not easy that in like eight games we will have like a tie. So I would say that maybe maximum is 1, but probably I will go that we won't have a tie break today.
All right. My guess would be to have a tiebreak, at least 1, because as we have seen so far, all these games are so well balanced so far, and the openings are also so well chosen by the players. Very stable openings so far. So I would expect to be some of the draws today and might possible
hopefully you will be right, because of course tiebreak is something special.
So
this
much
tension,
fun.
yeah.
Yes.
Actually, I don't prefer it from the beginning. I think this rapid, it's much more fair. But if teams are really playing good chess, even chess fighting, that of course that it's tiebreak is the best option to choose who will pass through.
It is, and you guys, please let us know who are you supporting, or who do you think gonna go to the finals out of these 4 teams. As we have on the screen this board, Georgia versus USA, shall we take a closer look at the position right now? Alice is about to make her move, but she's not so certain, and she is long castling in this position. That's already very exciting.
Yeah, but basically that's the motive in this position. So you want to prepare e4. Now black sometimes is transferring her bishop to g7 to secure the h6 pawn and also to castle. But long-term plan of white here is to push e4. Some of the players like to play e3 with the follow-up of f4, but from my experience, this is not the right way to fight for the advantage, because in few moves you look your position look very tempting, but after black regroups, suddenly this backward pawn on e3 on the e file becomes an issue. So I would, in this type of position, I would stick to e4 plan and trying to open the position and put pressure and to exploit this X-ray. Not easy to say what will happen here. As I mentioned, from my experience, you need to do something with white, because long term, if black even manages to castle queenside, those two bishops and this h5, h4 push is some plan which is not easy to parry. So long term, black, if she finishes her development, she will have, I would say, like a very nice position. So white needs to do something very quick. Yeah, normal position. Of course, we like to see this long castle, and now this move happens. As I was mentioning. Yeah. So this is the move you should play. So I'm happy when sometimes moves are. I get confirmation by the players of
yes.
my statements. So,
yeah, that's very good, and the game looks quite promising. We're gonna keep the eye on this game. Also, we do have Martin in the studio with some of the updates. Martin, what do you have for us?
All right, so it is the game from the match France against Kazakhstan. Of course, both players were playing very, very fast till now. They were both prepared for that. And here, as you can see, white had more than 45 minutes, 46 on the clock, and black played d5, which is, I believe, too greedy. At first, I believe black should have ended the development, just hide the king with castle, or at first playing h6, and instead black has pushed in the center, d5, and now it was done after 10 minutes. White played bishop g5. They are totally out of the book now, but I believe white could have already taken d5, opening the position, due to the fact that the king is still in the center, and if black takes with the pawn, I can even play queen e2 and put some pressure on the pawn on e5, and I believe black may have some problems with that pawn. After queen e7, I can play rook e1 and just put pressure there as mentioned. But instead of that, white has played bishop g5, and black starts to think. I believe that after h6, black is doing fine. If white had played ed at first, I believe she could have taken some advantage after the opening. All right, back to the studio.
Thanks, Marcin. As I just noticed for last few days that Marcin is specialized in open positions. He really prefers to show us some tactics and some sharp plays. So if you play somewhere against Marcin, play blockade, avoid some opening of the position, because he's super strong there.
Yeah, that's a good advice indeed. We do have a couple more moves in the match of Georgia against USA. We can get the board back, and after e4, Bella responded with very solid c6, keeping the position together, also allowing white to push the pawn forward e5.
Here e5 is a motive and it should be played. Also, it's possible first to start with f4, but e5 will be played, because ed5 doesn't bring any advantage to white, and also waiting is actually in black's favor, so white should do something quickly. f4 or e5 are the moves in this structure.
Yeah, after e5 and f4, the idea of this move is that you can then play f5, and if black stops you with queen to d7, then you can play bishop d3 and still try to push this pawn forward on f5 and get more and more space advantage in the center, and black has to do something against that.
Once again, let's try to predict. Keti, are you for f4 or e5?
That's very tricky. That's very tricky. I didn't predict yesterday one thing, and today you feel brave enough to challenge me.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I felt that you are not I would say 100% sure as before. So I'm trying to maybe to check, did you lose your superpower correctly guessing? I will go for tough, really tough
Very
question.
tough, yeah. Like we are like thinking the way how Alice might think now, because F4 is creating threat right away. F5 is a threat right away.
Yeah, but on F4 reaction will be d takes E5,
Yeah.
E4
And
now.
you don't want to read
Yeah.
the pawn structure.
But okay, after F4, if you take on E4, okay, I made the pressure on your position in terms that you are the one who made the first this exchange. You lost the flexibility and keeping the tension in the center. So it might be some kind of small success from my side. Now some knight takes E4 probably is a reaction. So knight maybe jump to C5. I might combine some threats. Also G5 is threatened. So it might be some kind of reaction. E4, the problem with if you go instead of F4, if you go with E5, then C5 sometimes is a reaction. And I would love to now transfer my knight or somehow to D4, but I'm also in danger over C file. So, yeah, I don't know.
We have to bet.
Yeah, but now maybe some king b1. If you take on d4, I might jump to b5, trying to collect this guy on d4. Really tough question, Keti. I don't know. I don't have answer yet.
Yeah, if we know Alice better, maybe we could guess the move, because sometimes you can easily guess if a person is sharp, likes tactics, then what kind of move can be played. But we don't have that much of the information about Alice yet. We're gonna for sure start to collect more and more information about her. And this also, wait, do we have a move? We have actually a move, and it is E5.
E5 it is.
It is E5.
Yeah. Okay. So I was trying to say before that E5 is, when I'm trying to recall my analysis in similar structure, that was actually something I wanted to share. I think I've seen more position with E5 than with F4. So maybe that would be some kind of also argument for me to choose this E5 push. Now C5 is usually a reaction, but I don't see anything else instead of it.
She can first go maybe queen to D7.
Okay, but exchanging light squares bishops actually might favor me. So if I go F4 and you want to go, let's say, bishop F5, then later when we exchange, I'm quicker in terms of pushing more. So I'm not sure is this now the idea for black, although of course it's logical, Keti, I understand, since you have light square pawns, but maybe you are losing some time. I don't know, it's hard to say, really. Probably queen d7, yeah, I don't know.
The thing is after queen d7 and bishop d4, then the c5 is actually impossible, so you can't really go for that anymore. Then you bishop b5 and you lose a queen, right?
Yeah, you wanted to say that some queen d7,
Yeah.
f4, c5 just drops the queen, which
Bishop.
is nice to see. Of course, it won't happen, but yeah. Let me start to think a bit more. So let's say that, Keti, we are black.
Oh,
White
how
has,
about...
Yeah, white has a clear-cut plan. I want to push f4, I want to bring my bishop to d3, and just start rolling even more. So how do you defend? How do you react? c5 for me is like the normal reaction. I don't see any.
Yeah, I like c5, but I don't know when is a good timing, because if we push the c5 and if our king is in the center, then we might have some checks, and like also knight b5 sometimes is uncomfortable. So how about if we can check queen d7,
Okay.
f4,
Yeah.
we castle on the long side, try to
Okay, bishop d3.
bishop d3. if I push c5, then f5 might lose
Yeah, because check
piece.
is coming.
So bishop g4 very likely.
Bishop g4 to me, you don't have a threat because you have threat, so because it's with tempo. But let's say that I'm move a rook. Actually now I'm getting like
And now c5.
now c5. Okay.
So I have castled, and also this rook went from d file, and there might not be the pin on d file. If that makes any sense.
Now, to me now looks that it's like I'm having this Marcel Proust moment, like reminiscent of some motifs I've seen. This position looks so familiar to me that I don't know. I think I made it till this moment when I was analyzing this this variation. To me, white should be better here. But I need to think a little bit more. Now it will be easier for me if I'm sitting in the board, just fully focusing and concentrating to find the right way.
Yeah.
To me, it looks very dangerous. Probably it was played since, as I just told you, I did analyze this type of position. Now something with knight f3 or something should be played, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe rook to e1 is also. You know, Keti, that I think my analysis was maybe even knight f3 first. Why should I move my rook? Because rook on d1 is not so badly placed. This is the game we will follow. We will follow for sure. Just to check briefly, has something changed? Oh, we have a lot of things changed. We have this minority attack, and also, guys, this is very useful to know this motive, how black is exchanging light square bishop. This is very useful to know. The point is this position, of course, that black would like to exchange light squares bishop. Sometimes root is following, but here after h3 this is not the case. So you have this knight e6. First you see before castle, black plays knight f8 to use the possibility that the square is not taken by the rook. And then you have this knight e6, g6, knight g7, bishop f5 concept. You know why I was not actually, Keti, playing this type of positions with black? Because I was playing mainly King's India and sometimes Greenfield, Nimzo. In some positions, if white makes some kind of careless move in the opening, in Greenfield especially, initiative is immediately in your hand. Here, if white makes a move, let's say that I make some silly move, king h1, black is still not better. You just maybe got one small chance that you maybe rearrange your piece, and for a slight plus you are equal. But you cannot do much, and I was annoyed with this circumstances that your opponent can make some 3 inaccuracies and still you cannot punish it. Same goes for plans. Let's say that black manages to exchange this bishop, which of course is an important thing. Still white will be okay, and this is tricky with this tie. You think that you did something, but the game is still even, or you still need to solve some problems. You see, the point is, of course, with this minority attack, to find the weakness. This c6 pawn will be a weakness later, but of course it's very holdable.
Yeah, that's very interesting, actually, in this position, instead of bishop to f5, because now white just gave up 2 bishops in 2 moves in a row. It is interesting because there was like no other way to hold these pieces on the 3rd rank unless you play rook to c1. But this rook c1 looks like fine move unless you see this idea of bishop to d3.
Oh, sorry.
Bishop to d3.
Sorry, my bad. Let's get it back. Let's see the camera while we are adjusting it.
Let's see the camera while we're We're getting the board back, and somehow, I don't know, but Zatonsky to me looks like she's a bit nervous. Like she has this body movement. And the playing hall looks really, really empty right now. Just 2 matches. I cannot believe that we have now just 4 teams left, as this playing venue was full of the
Yeah, the best is
chessboards,
that
the
we
players.
zoom the board from the playing hall, and I will just adjust the moves.
All right, so we do have here Team USA and Georgia.
Yeah, we are back now. I have a board. I have the moves, so we can see also once again. So Keti, your point here was, yeah, that those 2 bishops has left from white side. Yeah, sometimes I would say that this is like a little bit higher level of understanding. Guys, of course, when you start playing chess more and studying chess more, this moment when you realize when it's necessary to exchange bishop for a knight without, as I mentioned before, without doubling the pawns, because usually we were taught that you gave up bishop for a knight, either you want to create double pawns, or that opponent's knight was maybe controlling some square, which then you will exploit but your own knight. But here it's like in Catalan, and I remember, Keti, you were asking Marcin in the previous rounds when we had that moment, why this bishop in Catalan defense, bishop exchange on f6 was played. Yeah, so this is not an easy decision, and I would say for that you need to have some kind of vision, since it's long term. Here, White wants to say that long term she needs knights, and her bishop might get some kind of empty without the roll when black starts jumping somewhere else. So, yeah, here,
Yeah,
of course, she could
another
have played
thing
like
is-
bishop g5 and run away to f4. But
yeah, another thing is like from the perspective of the fact that black makes several moves with the threats, and white has to find the most accurate moves and to avoid all these threats. Also now queen to a5, the move attacks the knight, and you have to do another defensive move. And when you're playing with the black pieces, you always have this kind of feeling that you get through the opening, and you are the one who is attacking now the pieces. And very often the position is just fine, and you might have this feeling that you are safe, you are the one who attacks, and you might miss actually the feeling of reality.
yeah, I get your point. Yeah, in this structure, the whole thing is based that white is having some like kind of dream concept. Dream concept is that I exchange on c6,
Yeah.
create a weakness. You will exchange. This would be a weakness, and I want to exchange both pair of rooks, or at least one, and the queen, and to stay with knights and start first attacking c6. Your pieces will need to defend it, then they will lose activity, and long term, then I can create something on the other wing.
Second weakness.
So this is the point. So stay with knights, and then later put the pressure on c6 while making opponent's pieces passive, and then trying to push some pawns in the center on the queen side. Of course, it's small advantage, but with knights on the board, it's always possible to squeeze, even if you are just like slightly better. Since if in this case we would have like 2 bishops on each side, you cannot do anything. But with knights, it's possible to combine threats on both wings. Let's check what's going on. Has something changed at the first board? Not much. So okay, she went for a long castle, and now we have this f5 threat. And will your bishop g4 move be played or not. We will check. On the third board, we have this endgame, which now looks to me like completely equal. I don't see any problem for black. Probably black can even maybe start pushing a bit, but of course it looks very, very drawish. And on the last board, things are much more interesting. Here we had this London attack, and then of course, Keti, your plan, what else to do than to play h4. Was played, d5. How about your experience? This taking on e5, it usually white jumps in many lines, in many variation when you are a d4 player, and then this decision to double your pawns, to take with d pawn or to take with the bishop. How do you,
the best here would be to take the bishop with d pawn, d takes e5, and then to do some illegal action and bring this bishop on the dark light square on d3. That's the perfect position in this pawn structure, but that's impossible. So we have to make choice either to capture here with the bishop or with the pawn. But here, pawn takes on e5 makes a lot of sense because this is controlling f6 square. Then knight leaves this square and somehow the king stays alone on the sides. As I mentioned, it's better to have light square bishop in that position, so you have bishop on d3 and then you have these Greek sacrifices and Greek gifts and so on and so on. But here, when you take with a pawn, the bishop gets locked on
yeah,
f4.
this is actually that question. I believe that for some unexperienced player it can be an issue because you are always getting tips that you should keep your pieces open, alive, not locked. This is, I would say, positionally very challenging the decision, but long term, white thinks that there
will be some sort of attack. Yes,
because I think it's very important to understand which pieces and these dynamics are existing or not. So let's say that we remove queens off the board, then this decision would be dubious because without attacking chances, pawn structure is much more important and you don't want to double pawns voluntarily. But here with this option of putting pressure on the black's position on the king side, it's a serious factor. But now came this e4, which might be a sign that white didn't want to go all in and to push, I don't know, h4, come to the queen, but she's trying to combine also space advantage. Although Keti doesn't look so promising from my point of view, maybe I'm mistaken, that this can bring white anything, because after queen e4 we have also this knight c5 now. No, knight c5, maybe.
Knight e7 maybe first.
Yeah, maybe it's also possible, yeah. Nice. I don't know, is this necessary or not? Because might not be, who knows? It's hard to say, but it's possible as well. You mentioned
queen
knight.
d3, I think, and then knight is sort of like.
Yeah, you mentioned knight e7 instead of first.
Knight a7 is also a possibility. Knight c5, knight f5 is coming
I agree. Yeah, still hard to say.
Yeah, because of this bishop on f4. White has not enough.
So what would you say here in this position? Equal, slightly better for white, slightly better for black?
I think I would still prefer to play with white in this position because I see something like bishop g5 possible, maybe rook d1 possible. But if I have black pieces, I think I would be able to hold it.
Okay, so my conclusion will here that we have equal position, no advantage for any side. On the next board here, I don't see any problem for black. So I would say that this is an equal game. On the second board, to me, looks slightly better for white. And on the first board, we do have this messy position where I would say that white should be on top. So all in all, equal again, equal match.
It is equal. It is very, very equal. Especially what we have seen so far, with such a huge advantage on the board at the so much pressure on the clock and so much tension. Anything can happen, just one wrong move, and that's it. You can miss your chances in all the games. So far, we cannot even predict any result here.
We cannot give advantage to any team. So maybe it's moment that we switch to another match. Maybe here events are more challenging. Frankly speaking, I think that this position is great for black. I think it was some kind of opening success. That's why when I was, I don't know, from my experience, when I learned a lot about this variation, I was starting to advise my friends and students that it's much safer to play bishop d2, and then when you come to c3 to take with the bishop, and long term you're not committing yourself so hard as you do here. The way how it was played, yeah, this is tempting to play. It seems that you will use some files and that this c3 pawn helps, but if you lose the dynamics long term, this structure is an issue. Rook d8 played, typical move, and bishop f4, knight d5, g6. I like this g6. So usually reaction now with white is sometime to play h4. I don't see anything special except that. Because if you start defending or start protecting your pawns long term, when black comes out and exchange 1-2 pieces, black position is very nice. So this was the game on the last board. Third board, some kind of equal position, maybe slight plus for white, but I don't see much there. On the second board, it seems that black is doing fine, but of course also quite equal. And first board, it's a mess, so let's check what's going on here. Yeah, this is also a quite known line. 98 played, also 95 sometimes before. Yeah, usually white is always slightly better here. Rook e1. Yeah, white usually takes here on d4. And the reaction always is cd, c5, put the bishop on b7, but then white will start pushing on the king side. This is a game to follow.
Mm-hmm. Looks quite promising.
Yeah, so we do have, I think, some equal positions on the second and the third board, while here white is pushing, and on the last board, let's say black is pushing. So it seems to me that France is doing good in this match. Maybe at the moment they are slightly better in the match.
Well, if everything just goes as smooth as this one, we might have draws in all on the boards, and then
wait, we just have a move. I just noticed. What happened here? Wait, this was the position, and now white could have played some. She played queen b3, which doesn't feel so right. Now I'm just checking, is there any tactics available? Can I catch the queen? So Keti, I play bishop a6, you take on b2, I play rook b1, you take on c3, and I play bishop e5. Do I see correctly that this is how Germans would say Damenfang?
I believe so. The queen is trapped in the middle of the board. The white is doing a great job. All the pieces are taking part.
Because my point is, if you cannot play that, and you go, for example, queen b6, then I'm not pinned any longer, and this is a huge relief, since I'm coming inside, attacking those two squares, also on d7, and your bishop is losing function there. So this, I think, it's a game changer. How much time she spent here, it will be very curious.
For
for
queen
that
b3?
move, for queen b3, she played it instantly.
34 seconds.
Yeah, this is like a crucial thing to stop a bit, to try to find a right one, because now after queen b3, if I'm not mistaken, some queen e4 is coming.
Queen e4 has happened. In fact, both bishops are hanging. Bishop
So
e3
bishop
is
e3,
only
and
move
then
now.
knight d5, I guess.
Knight d3 looks amazing.
Knight d5, right?
Or maybe even to chase the queen, rook b8.
Okay.
This queen has no square like c2, and you have to guard the pawn on b2. And with the rook, I will take this pawn on b2 in
So
many
queen
games.
a3 probably necessary. Now some knight d5
Yeah.
protecting, he said, because you cannot take on c5 because this one is hanging. I don't know, only knight
Bishop is
d2.
hanging.
Knight d2, is that possible? Maybe I'm missing that move, which is doing some pressure.
Well, at very least we can play here with black queen g6.
Okay, yeah, queen g6 because g4 is not winning a piece because you're pinned.
Right.
Now
F5.
even some f5 is coming. Yeah, so looks promising. Now suddenly black is very active and black is going forward while white is going backward. You see, Keti, one moment here, white was ready to penetrate, to start some activity. One careless move, and you are basically...
The tables are turning, and you are the side who has to defend. Oh, very interesting. This game is heating up somehow. We have finally some drama happening right here.
Much more interesting at the moment.
It is
this
very
match.
interesting. Meanwhile, we have Marcin in the studio, and he has some updates of the match Georgia USA. What do you have, Marcin, for us?
Yes, exactly. So I believe here white has made a small mistake because it seems that she can attack in the center because with this h4 pawn she can attack, but in my humble opinion some sort of g4 attack would be better, just to push the pawns on the king side. Instead white played e4. I believe she was thinking of c6 that black will play, and even when we exchange those pawns ed5 cd5, I have a very nice square on d4 for white and a small advantage. But instead black played a proper move, knight to c6, attacking the pawn on e5, and it turned out that after knight f3 de, if you take the pawn on e4, then I can play knight to c5, and after queen c6, knight to d3 check, king f1 and knight f4. And I believe I'm slightly better with black. That's why white it took some time here. As you can see, after that move, more than 8 minutes of thought about knight g5, and I believe now black has chosen quite wisely knight to c5. The other possibility was just to take knight c to e5, and there might be something like taking queen e4, knight to g6, and even knight to h7. You know, some sort of tactics. After f5 I can play queen e2 or queen f3 just to play queen h5. That's why I believe black has chosen to play knight to c5. There is always a check on d3, and white made castle and h6. I believe, I don't know why black didn't play queen d3, to be honest, in that position. Of course queen g4 is coming, but still I believe it was better for black. h6 and rook a to d1. Black has to move her queen, I believe, to e7, and the pawn on h4 is hanging. So I believe black is doing extremely well in that position. So back to you.
Yeah, we don't have any reason not to trust Marcin. It truly looks nice for black. Yeah, tough situation for white.
It is, and it started out of nowhere, actually. White was looking for some counterplay in the position that is not offering you too much. And that is very, very strange decision, in fact. But position itself looks really nice. If we pull up the board, look at this knight on g5, standing there. You cannot capture it for the moment as the queen is hanging. And you want to take back the pawn. Even if this works well, then we're going to have, in the end, the position with the bishop on f4 against the knight. And this bishop on f4 seems to be not the greatest piece, as it is quite limited.
Yeah,
and has
and
no
I like
prospect.
the comments from Marcin, how he explained that even taking on e5 was actually possible. So yeah, very promising position for black. We will see how will white actually handle it, because now it's getting, it's already getting tricky to play this one.
Yeah, well, what we have seen so far in this tournament, Leila Javashvili has so many difficulties throughout the rounds. Seems like she had 7 lives in those games, and we might have some mysterious situation here as well in this position. However, the game is still on.
Yeah, and when you are, let's say, taking a look for the first time in this position, it looks scary for black. So white is pressing, knight is on g5, rook is on d1. It looks, really scary, but as I mentioned, how Marcin has explained, resources of black are really now, very, very promising. And when you dig a bit deeper, you realize that this activity of white is inadequate. Yeah.
Right. We see Marcin coming back in this studio, just casually working.
With some update.
Okay.
Perfect.
Because then now the queen is hanging. If you play queen e7, I thought that I can take on h4 now, but or taking here on e4 and taking on h4, but it turns out there is a g3 very unpleasant move, and now the knight is not protected on c6. That's why I would be, if I take immediately after knight e4 with queen h4 once more. No, why doesn't he? Okay. So still I can play g3, and if black comes back, I have something like knight f6 coming. So this is a very dangerous position, to be honest, for black.
Can you explain a bit more? Okay.
Yeah, if I take queen g4 check, king h7, and some bishop h6 coming.
Ooh.
It's very, very dangerous. King g2, rook h1, queen g7 mate, queen h5. I attack with all my pieces here, right? And the king is just cut with those 2 pawns on f line. This is very tricky position. So black, it's not that easy for black that I thought it is. So after knight e4, I believe black needs to play something like rook a to d or king h7 at first, or king h8, or take on e4 and then go somewhere with the knight, which is not that easy. So maybe queen e7 might be a mistake now, or queen e8 just to protect that knight, but it really looks artificial that I play not on e7 but on e8. In the game, black played knight, queen e7, and after knight e4 we have a position on the board. As you can see, it might be really, really dangerous for black. All right, back to you.
Oh, things are quite dynamic in this game. Yeah, changing.
I liked how Marcin came back and then gave us more update. He said like this, the pawn on h4 is hanging, and he came back with amazing variation, and I'm starting to like actually white's position after seeing this knight f6 and some sort of sacrifices. You never know what is happening on the board. Are we receiving new moves?
Yeah, queen h4, this is Marcin direction. He just showed to us that g3 will come, and after queen e7 there is this knight f6, this fantastic move. Although if you are playing this type of positions, knight f6 is not so hard to understand, because it's just ruining black structure and opening this bishop. And then after g takes, as Marcin has shown, this looks really, really scary. And who knows?
You give 10 games to Lala. She'll play knight f6 in 11 games. I believe in that. She sees this for sure from the moment when she plays knight g5 and provocates the black side. So after queen h4, which has happened on the board,
g3 is the move we are waiting for. Yeah, and g3 it's also quite common, because after g3 you have, since you lost this h pawn, you have this king g2, rook h1, as Marcin has shown. Yeah, this is something.
G3.
Yeah, this is something you do.
Are we guys going to see knight f6 and bishop h6? This bishop does nothing in whole game, and it's gonna be the hero.
Of course, all the game you are actually keeping an eye on this move, because of course this is like a classical motif, the way how you're breaking through in this structure.
Right, and they think like maybe it will be very interesting for our viewers. After queen goes on e7, probably that's the move because queen has no other moves. There's queen to h3 in this position, but this move seems to be somewhere not correct.
No, maybe it's not so strange option, because if you see that after queen e7, knight f6, a storm is coming, then you might try a different scenario. So okay, probably.
The thing is, after queen h3, white will probably capture the knight on c5 and ruining this pawn structure.
And penetrating maybe rook d7, so maybe this might be an issue. But okay, at least the game is going. So you are not getting mated, which is not a bad sign, right? Okay, first interesting moment.
We're keeping the eye on this.
Although if I would be black now, so queen e7 return. So if I would be black here, I would, yeah.
Let's focus on camera right now. We might read some face impressions.
Yeah, body language.
Where she's looking.
Black is worried.
She's blinking so often.
Yeah.
I think she's seeing that.
Yeah, Lela is really focusing on this knight f6. She's just, I think, checking and rechecking. She's completely aware that this is an option. Yeah, and as I just wanted to say, when you had this queen d3 option, Keti, which was like a safe way, and suddenly you're under heavy fire, of course you are regretting that moment. You were a little bit maybe careless in your calculation, and suddenly you are under heavy fire. That's
right. Yeah, queen d3 was the moment.
Yeah, as Marcin
we might
has said.
Just inspect a little bit how much time Atusa spent for that move. I have a feeling she played very fast. The move queen to h6 she played at that point. She could play queen d3. No, in fact, she thought 3 minutes and 40 seconds for this move. So she was probably worried of queen to h5 and some other moves.
But anyway, this is the point where you should spend more. Now I think she's completely aware that knight f6 is coming, but she's using this psychological strategy that she just stood up. Like,
are you leaving the board when you see the blunder you just made and you don't want to show that your opponent?
I think it's not nervous. The blunder. She's just maybe thinking that she could add like 2-3% of some kind of uncertainty to her opponent by standing up. I see the move, I know that you have a move, but it might not work for you. Of course, she's perfectly aware that knight f6.
She's going for that.
Knight f6 is coming. Okay, we have this exclusive moment, huh, Keti?
Bet?
No,
Marcin
bet? No, come on. Marcin said she'll do it. We all say she will do it.
All right.
Now just the question is how much time she will spend for that move. What do our viewers say? Guys, will knight fc be played on the board? Check the moment. It's really like
she's checking the clock.
Yeah.
And this is not time pressure for her. 17 minutes to go, and somehow for me this body language says that she is going for the knight sacrifice. She needs to find the follow-up. If you don't find this follow-up with bishop h6, maybe it's not so certain.
Yeah, since I'm doing broadcast or let's say TV commentary, Keti, on Croatian national TV, so I'm usually showing games, mainly showing games once a week. So this game might be the one I will choose, for show to our Croatian viewers on the national TV. So I immediately see a candidate. After knight f6, this is something people would love to see analyzed. And
she is going
that's
for it. Knight f6. And the king dropped
Yeah.
from the board. That's some sort of signs here. Atusa is back. And for the chess player, we have all been in this situation when the move that you don't want to see on the
Of
board
course.
is on the board and you're just like,
Aesthetically, it's really fantastic, yeah, to make that type of move. Knight comes to f6, giving check. It's of course, it can be taken by the opponent's pawn, but yeah, this is really why we all play chess, right?
yeah.
For that type of moments. Now we will see,
Beautiful.
yeah, how skillful Alojzije is. Can she put some resistance, some problems at least, since probably objectively speaking, position is close to losing.
Right. If we pull up the board on the screen, let's take a look after knight f6. Basically, black has two options: to capture this knight or to move the king away, which anyway is not stopping black to damage the king side.
King h8, you are just postponing inevitable. Even queen h5 might be an option, which also looks really like completely lost. Bishop h6 next move. So just it's losing. So you must.
She captured it.
Yeah. So you must take it. And now comes this queen g4. This first subtle detail. You also know that the idea is, of course, to bring the king on this open edge file. So it's also not so hard to find. So
Queen
she's
G4
making queen g4 check. And now, okay, you can play king h8, but you will get checkmated. It doesn't have any sense because either you're dropping a queen.
Right.
So you must come to h7. And then this bishop h6 is just, winning. Actually, I don't see any chance to go. Am I missing something, Keti? Rook g8, let's say.
Queen to h5, threatening bishop f8, checkmate. This seems to be
I don't see
the
any
way.
Any move. We just
No, there's no way. Like rook g5, which looks a little bit funny, but you just take this with the bishop and that's it.
Just a sec. Rook h8. If you play rook h8, what do I do? So bishop f8, king g8 was my point. And of course you can take on e7, but this is nothing, or you can take on h8, it's also nothing.
Oh, that's a very nice resource. So white has to be careful to make the proper moves.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking maybe, Keti, maybe it's the moment of rook g8 to play queen h4. Because, but the difference is that now I can collect this guy in a process.
And you're threatening bishop g7 and to take the rook.
Yeah. So, but now some king g6 is an option. Maybe even here, king goes to g6, which is not something you can do when I'm on h5. But now I can create a mating net.
g4 with queen h5 ideas.
You need to take on e5, I guess. Check. g5. It looks that this is just a game over. I don't see any detail. Yeah. Yeah, to me it looks it's game over. So they
Beautiful
are
play.
queen h4 played, right? King is on g6. Right, and now, sorry, king g6, yeah.
Leila taking her time. 15 minutes here in this position.
He's just winning. she can do whatever she wants. G4, it looks to me, it's just game over. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, while we are just waiting, let's check has something changed in this match. Here, to me, looks that white is much better. This one, yeah, this is happening actually. What I was actually explaining that white is heading for.
Queen is on h5. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but queen h5, it's a little bit dubious move because rook h8 is the move that brings a lot of.
So she haven't played queen h4?
No. But queen h5 is such a move that you don't allow king g6 to
Probably
happen.
she blundered rook h8. The move I noticed as the only difference. I don't see anything else than that. And I don't know, after rook h8, maybe you should start your game from the beginning with some king g2 and something, and you need to play on initiative. Maybe, objectively speaking, compensation is
Lela
enough.
made this move less than a minute. That was too fast.
This is pity, and actually, Keti, this is what I've noticed in many tournaments, that I see some inspiring like 4 or 5 like top 2600 quality, and then follow up like we've seen in many games, even here in Gergana against Dinara, and so yeah, this follow up is very important in this level of competition. You cannot win only with 2-3 strong moves. You need to be precise till the end. So it's a pity because she played actually, yeah, beautiful combination. Suddenly follow up takes us to a new game.
Look at this. Alice is so much worried of Atusa's game. She is also observing this position, and for sure this is not something that you want to see in your teammate's board. When the king is exposed, there is some sacrifice happened. But there is one last detail here. Atusa can still complicate the game, play rook to h8.
Yeah.
This is the only move. Can she find this move?
Yeah, rook h8, as I said, white is probably still winning there or having a like great compensation, but you need to calculate new game start. Yeah, she played it.
She played it.
Yeah, rook h8 just played.
Wow. What an ups and downs in this game.
Great.
So the main difference between queen to h5 and queen to h4 is that queen from h4,
Yeah.
we're also aiming the pawn on f6. You take the pawn with the pawn, bishop g7 now is a threat of checkmate.
Yeah.
And in the similar position with queen to h5, then
This is now
it's beautiful.
This is nice checkmate.
Right, with the queen on h5, now black can run away with king to g8.
Yeah.
And after queen g4, there is a checkmate.
What now, bishop?
I just said, I made 2 moves with black and 2 worse
you
moves.
you wanted to run away,
Escape.
but you're running to a checkmate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops.
Yeah, let's check just the next game just to see has something changed, because this game might be important, of course, maybe even crucial for the outcome of the match. So here it's just I would say big advantage for white. This is something black should avoid, because it's really hard to keep this position now with black piece. It's really tough to handle. This one, still looks drawish, which will mean that unclear. I would say that white is Georgia is still in comfortable situation, but yeah, still the match is complicated. Has something changed in other games, other matches, Oh, what's going on here? Yeah, as I said, white will launch an attack in this position, and it's quite unpleasant to fight against it. H4. Yeah. The knight is debut because of queen f7. It is better here. Unpleasant position. From my experience, better. It was better to avoid it before. Here, black is doing fine, but of course white is not worse, so it should be some kind of drawish game if I'm not mistaken. And next board, what has happened there after queen b? Yeah, they were actually following our footsteps. Okay, first detail was that black has opted for rook f to b8, queen c2, double attack, pawn up, locking the rook, takes, knight d5, rook e2, running away.
Oof.
Pawn up, white, she does have two bishops, but
The problem is the pawn
yeah,
structure. It's
black is
just too
black is much better here. And we have last
destroyed.
board where black was doing fine after, but how this? Oh, this is strange to allow this. Why a6 was not played, I don't know. Okay. Now it seems that white is slightly better here. Yeah, I think here it was a crucial point. Let's say after rook c1, a6 is the move I would do instantly. But the way how black played suddenly, and also taking on b5, it's serious commitment, since now two bishops are looking much more free than before. White should be slightly better here. Yeah, let's go back to our crazy position. What has happened here? King g2 has been played. Yeah, the point is obvious. Rook comes to h1. Still, it looks
not so pleasant for black to
yeah,
play
but
in this
okay, the
position.
game goes on. It was looking like some miniature, but now still everything is open.
Can black now capture the pawn on e5 with knight? Is that a possibility?
Okay, it is. Rook h1, king g8.
Yeah, and this knight needs to be there to cover the check on g6.
Yeah, now you're trying from me, Keti, to calculate. It's really hard to calculate this position.
It is very hard, yes.
I need to take some time, so knight e5 looks really like a normal option.
That's right. So very tough situation on this board, and seems like the game is still on. While we do have Martin in the studio, and he has some updates for us.
Yes, let's talk about the second match. France against Kazakhstan. White played queen to f4, attacking, heading on f7 or queen h4. Black played bishop b7, and now e6 is coming. So there are a lot of problems with the pawn on f7, with the square on f7. f6, of course, knight is not hanging, because after h4 you cannot take it because of the mate on f7, of course. And after h4, black played c5, threatening to give a mate on g2. That's why f3 is going. And now bishop came back to c8 and h5 pushing. So very, very nice attack of white. Bishop g7. And now white may simply take on g7 and played knight to f7, I believe. And the attack is really, really severe. You cannot take the pawn on h5, I believe, either because of g4 or king to f2 as well. This attack is very, very strong, I believe. And there is a threat of queen h8, queen h6, of course. So if you take on e6, for example, there comes queen h6, king f7, I take, and play h6, I believe. So this is very, very dangerous for black. So as you can see, it seems that something more is coming here, is going to happen in that position as well. So we can focus on both games, the one that you were talking about previously, and that one, I believe. All right, back to the studio.
Thank you, Martin. That is very promising indeed. This game can just explode at any moment. This is the first board, in fact, of France versus Kazakhstan. And first board, usually it's very important. When we have a decisive result, this might be a very good push for one of the teams. White is very active here.
Yeah, I was just thinking about what Martin has just said. The line went like, if I'm not mistaken, knight f7, and then in case of bishop e6, bishop g7 is following, king g7, queen h6, king f7, queen h7, king f8. And now I was thinking that after h6, what Martin has just shown, what if I run away with... Can I do this? My point was, if you push, I just escape trying to control this one. So probably here must be some kind of win instead of...
How about we play queen g6,
queen g6,
to
yeah,
cut the king running?
This is probably what I have missed. Because now it looks that since I cannot play bishop f7 due to queen g7, queen e7, checkmate, bishop f5, queen h7, queen g7, checkmate. Okay, I can start with bishop f7.
Queen g7, king
and
e8.
then after king e8, you can take on f6 even, which might be a important resource since I'm pinned. Yeah,
right.
probably.
And after rook d7, then h7, and black cannot stop.
Yeah, after rook d7 also it's possible to play queen h8 first. Yeah, but any move is
then
good.
h7,
Yeah. So yeah, this looks really scary. It's interesting that we have this type of position, since yeah, it's something where we will have our attention focused. Second board, yeah, this one is harder to follow. It's a really long one. Black seems to doing fine. White seems to doing fine, right, Keti?
It looks fine, yeah,
Yeah.
in that position. Should be peaceful for both sides. And board 3 seems to be the keyboard for this match, as black is having here extra pawn and very nice pawn structure.
Yeah, if they lose on the first board, this game will become like not a crucial, but very, very important, because if they're able to bounce back with the win on that board, then position in the match might not be so bad, and we will have probably this board which will deciding the issue. But Martin is updating us.
Here with a savage face. Martin, what's happening?
I don't know. There is match USA against Georgia, and I don't know why white played knight f1 here instead of simple f3. And I believe, of course, black seems to be better because the king is higher. But just after knight f1, I play knight e4 and I take the pawn on f2. So I don't understand the decision why knight f1 was played, to be honest, instead of f3. I'm just curious. It took her more than 2 minutes to play knight f1, which seems to be just losing, right?
Oh, wow.
So I believe on that board, Nino will win, because that position should be easily won for black. All right, back to the studio.
Very strange. Let's dig a bit deeper in that game. So let me try to find out what was actually white missing. So instead of f3, like, which is a move like you...
Yeah, no, this happens to everyone. You just...
no, of course, you blinked. Yeah, it's of course, it's nothing aiming towards criticizing the player, but just try to investigate what was she up to, what was the point she missed. Now I was thinking while Martin was giving us this as a blunder, I was thinking, was this an idea with some point of catching the knight somehow? Maybe she forgot that this is a check, maybe some point, I don't know, that knight e3, but I don't see it yet. So where can I move away instead of there? Probably nothing, so I will play queen d3, you come here, and then I come, let's say that I come to e2, and you go back.
Okay, I'll tell you what happened. Sometimes that happens to me.
Okay, please.
In these positions, like calculating from farther, you might think that after king e2, there's 94 only move here, and then after 93 you think that you're winning the knight because you remember that the king, you remember this position.
I understand.
And in this position, if it's white's move, you play 93, you are winning a piece.
Yeah, it was just like a complete miscalculation. Yeah, because I don't see any way to get some activity here. Yeah, you're right, Keti. Probably it's some kind of illusion.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Which happens, and I don't see now how white can even try to stay in the game. Do you see any way? To me, it looks like an easy game now from now on for black. It's just winning by itself. You have a defended passer, because let's say 2 moves ago, it looked to me, I think, starting from this position, like a dead draw. And
yeah, how could you imagine black is winning this one?
And in few moves, suddenly you push the pawn and you collect the pawn which is basically stopping your passer. Very strange.
That's a painful blunder for Tatev, which will cost Team USA very, very difficult. An important point here, they have played a lot of moves. In fact, black decided to penetrate to the queen side. Let's see those moves.
Okay, but let's just, we are getting an info that we should check the first board. It looks really strange here how black's position became passive, but you said, Keti, that here, okay, we have this penetration to the queen side. Yeah, just collecting another pawn, right?
Another pawn. Black has well guarded pawns on the king side, and seems like too far to make any possible knight sacrifice to make a draw here, because there are still a lot of pawns on the board.
No, we will, as I think we are concluding that, this should be lost position.
Let's go to the first board and dive a little bit more.
Just a sec. So here we have this squeeze from white side on the last board. It seems that still Lela is just closer to victory. So first board now, it's a very important. But I don't see how US can stay in the match, because on the first board they are much better, but on the second board they are much worse. On the third board they are completely lost, and on the last board
it is very difficult to hold.
Yeah, so basically Georgia is controlling the match. Maybe it's already a moment where captain of Grandmaster, who is following Georgian US team, is probably already thinking about the next round, because this match, this first game match, is probably beyond any chance of saving.
Well, still all the games are still in progress. We have seen so much in in this tournament, like for instance on the board 3, who would imagine such a blunder? So as the time is dropping now below 10 minutes, anything can happen. We can see Ali is walking around observing the other games. I think she's a bit worried of her team mates, how they are doing. Rook h3 has been played by her. This is last move, and she's the one who is holding very nice advantage here. Her idea might be to play rook to h1 and to collect the pawn on h4, and then slowly start to outplay on the queen side, king side with g4, g5, and to push this pawn all the way. Meanwhile, Bella needs to find some counter play on the queen side, perhaps with c5.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, as I mentioned, that team captain Melika Cian is probably focusing on the last board in this match, Keti, because here white is enjoying a stable advantage. So probably crucial game for this match is on the last board, if they can pull some kind of miracle here, but it doesn't seem so. It seems that still white is having like a very enjoyable pressure, but yeah, who knows? This is a crucial game for the match because on third board, Georgia is winning. Second board looks that maybe we didn't check it so deep, but it seems that here white is much better, if I'm not mistaken. Although it's possible to save this game. So of course, US need like few things. They need to win on the first board. They need to make a draw on the second, which is not so pleasant in this situation, and they need to survive on the last board, which is really.
Let's keep the eye on the last board. Atusa just made a move. She played king to g8, and according to the engine, this is the only correct move to deal with g4. How white responds here? G takes e5, opening up the g file. Black can take this pawn back, or black can even think to play knight e5 to take another pawn. Any change might be good for black here.
This is tricky position. This is tricky position because after e takes f5 and you play like rook g1 or something, black will sacrifice for sure on h6, trying then to, by playing knight e5, knight g6, stops threats over the g file. Okay, this position, Keti, actually is possible to win with black, with some kind of miracle or something, because the material is uneven. If white starts feeling uncomfortable, what have I missed? It's possible to turn the tables.
Happens to me all the time when I play against Rouser. My opponent sacrifices the pieces and everything, and all I need to have to do is to stand on my both feet alive, and then the moment the attack disappears, you just have some extra pieces or pawns. So
yeah, it's very important. If let's say that you are completely lost, some position you are completely lost without any chance to turn the tables. Some positions you are lost, but that requires a really precise play from your opponent. So this is a kind of position where you can even win in the end.
Well,
time trouble is approaching. Both players on 5 minutes.
Atusa decided to capture the e5 pawn instead of f5, and now
probably it's transposition. I can take first on f5 and then later on e5, or I can take first on e5 and later on f5. So it's because rook g1 will be probably played. Just to take a look, first board, not much is happening. Second board, much better for white. This one is sort of over, and we have this last board. Rook g1 will be played, or has been already played. Yeah, rook g1, and now e takes f5 will be a follow-up. Rook h6, e takes f5. Rook h6 necessary, I think, because e takes f5 is not so good if I can move my king to f1. So
first it should be rook h6.
If you take on f5, I can move my king to f1, and now knight g6, rook g6. This is the difference when my bishop is alive. So on rook g1, you need to exchange on s6. Queen takes here, e takes f5, and suddenly we are having some mess. Black will try to fight over the g file with covering with her knight.
Yeah, very tense situation in the match of Georgia-USA, but Martin is here in the studio with some updates of another match, and here we have France against Kazakhstan. Martin,
yes,
what is happening?
They are running out of time, and for example, after king g8, white has to play queen g4, and it may seem that black may take on e6 with the bishop, just grab the knight, but it turns out because of that pawn on h6, it's extremely dangerous for black, because, for example, after rook here, I can play something like rook e5. And even
nice.
if black takes it, then after queen f5, black has got a really severe problems. But of course, white needs to find it, but I believe she's forced to do it, right? To play it. All right, back to the studio.
Yeah, that was nice sequence.
Very nice.
Yeah, from Marcin. Let's check what's going on in that match on the next boards. Here, they're moving back and forth. Yeah, white is pretty safe, black is pretty safe. Keti is really hard to give advantage to any of the players here.
Oh, I could barely recognize this position, actually.
What's going on here?
White started to become so active.
Yeah, this f5, the point was, Keti, if I'm not mistaken, there was some kind of, if you take with the rook, let's see, what's going on? What am I missing?
G4 and bishop G5 is a threat.
Bishop G4?
Maybe bishop G4 is better even. And bishop G5.
Yeah. This was nice resource, and if you take with the e-pawn, same
G5 right away.
move is coming. Yeah, so h6 was necessary, and now white took on a6, probably pawn take f6, pawn take e6 will be played, or has been played. Okay, at least, yeah, white made a considerable improvement, and if Kazakhstan, yeah, don't lose on this board, okay, then don't win on this board, then the match is even more in French favor.
Yeah, we do have Marcin with some update with the this match. Marcin,
In the
what is
same
happening?
game, black played king g6 instead of king g8, and now there is a very nice blow on the board, knight to g5. If I take it back with the queen, there is a check on e4, and the rook is not protected. And if you take it with pawn, there is queen f7, king takes, and king f2, of course. This is a very nicely prepared square for the king. Okay, back to the studio.
Very nice tactics from white side, but now we have like last moments. Here it's interesting that in Anastasia's game she's really low on time, and actually this might be a crucial factor here. We will see maybe some unpleasant situation there for black. This one we follow just on the last board. Yeah, things are getting crucial. Yeah. Let's just check the cameras. Let's see how the players are doing. Yeah, we see some more focused players, while at the same time players do check their teammates, how they are doing.
Mm-hmm. All right, we do have seconds on the clock in the game of Alojzije and Bella Hotenashvili. Maybe we can just
let's
go
switch.
there
Sure.
and
Yeah. So the third board is already decided. Black, as expected, Nino, she has won the game, so which is very important, of course, as we mentioned. When you win with black, it's a crucial. It might be crucial for your team here. Okay, the things are really heating up. King f1 possible, of course. Now, what to do with white? Even queen c6 or something. If I start, let's say, with... Oh, she took on e7. Really? Wait. Why? Why she didn't?
She followed up to take another pawn.
But now this might be in black's favor. This rookie one is strange, actually. Yeah, suddenly the way how things develop, this looks really just better for black now. Because if you take on c7, okay, you just have one pawn, but knights look scary. Maybe, yeah, Tusa will pull a miracle here. Maybe even win with black. Let's check just the first board. Has something changed there? Oh.
We have a lot of updates, and seems like we have a lot of changes,
yes,
in fact.
What has happened here? So c5, yeah, very long time. Come on, spending like 4 minutes. Last 4 minutes in this scenario, but actually this was boomerang because now white just start attacking black, not just collecting the a pawn, the h pawn. Yeah, this looks dead lost now.
Oof, rook to d8, and she's capturing the pawn on f7. Another pawn has been gone from black's position.
This is
bishop on e3 is
completely
hanging.
lost position.
There is also some ideas with rook to b3 and bishop to e4 to attack on b7, and on the other hand, e6, e7 is on the way.
We don't need to follow this one close, because now after rook b3, I think it should be game over. So let's just check, has something changed here? White is still better, but black, she has improved a bit her position. Maybe, yeah, maybe now US is completely turning the tables. Remember what I said, that Kachian is maybe now thinking about second match, but I was completely wrong.
Yeah.
I was
Let's
completely
keep the eye
wrong.
on the first board, please, as 90 seconds is for Bella, and this game can end any second. And it's also interesting how Alojzije will find the final touch in here in this position. She has 3 minutes. That's more than enough.
Rook b7, I think maybe is just. No, you have bishop b6, but also
maybe
this.
e67 is the easiest one.
Which one?
There is not even check. e67.
Yeah, I was thinking rook b7. Can I play that move? You take, probably I cannot, but it's not necessary, I guess. Rook b3, you need to play bishop b6, I guess. And then I was thinking about playing this type of move. But probably it's completely, check, sorry, it's with check. Yeah. Sorry, I made a blunder. Queen e6, if I play, you play king e7, and I don't have any threat, so this would be wrong from my side.
Rook to b4 has happened in the game. Alojzije is preparing rook to b3
this is nice.
to happen. And in case if black collects the pawn on e5, the rook b3 seems to be not only option, but there's also bishop to e4. I love this move.
Yeah,
it also controls e4 square for the bishop and creates a lot of danger. Rook f8 has happened. Queen is under attack. Queen needs to find here the safe spot, maybe g7. And in case if black then follows this queen, is there some nasty sacrifices like rook to d4?
If I would be white, I would even consider this rook d4. And then,
right away?
Yeah, and then rook takes queen, I take rook there, and then start pushing my pawns if I can win by force. But
yeah,
of course,
but with the queen g7 idea, you can do the same. And in case when black captures, you have also f takes g7. So let's see what Alice gonna make.
She will spend some time here. So maybe this is a moment where we can run away just to check what's going on the last board.
25 seconds for Artusa here. 2 knights versus a rook. And there's not even a pawn here for this 2 knights.
Black is better, but yeah, clock is ticking.
And meanwhile, the other match, we have 2 draws, Kazakhstan, France, and still 2 game is in progress.
Yeah, okay, this second board of, I can just recheck. So second board, it was not a huge surprise that this endgame ended in a draw. But okay, black was very long time. But this one was a little bit more surprising because at some stage it seems that that white was pushing, but then they just repeated the moves, which takes us to the third board. Oh, what's going on? Pawn up? How that happened? Ah, you see what she blundered? Oh, tough situation. She just blundered this rook a7. Nice move. Which how Sophie was fighting. She first pushed this f5 tactics, get rid of her weakness. Then she played rook a7. Suddenly she's completely driving c.
So the idea is if you capture this rook bishop to c5 and you are winning 2 pawns.
Exactly. So this was the point, and then both pawns were lost, and white is better, much better here. So suddenly completely turning the tables, and yeah, it's really hard now for black to save this one. Although there are chances. We will follow that one closely. This one looks like just dead lost for black, which means that France is cruising convincingly against Kazakhstan.
Yep. So far, it is still 1-1, and the
Let's
the
move
hope
to Georgia.
is on
Let's
the
move to
first
Georgia.
board.
Let's check.
2 knights giving this check. Ah, is it a checkmate soon? King f3 attacks the knight on f4. Oh no, King g3 has happened.
Yeah, King f3 probably knight e6 would follow. Knight d5. Understandable. Oh. Yeah, if now you take, you're dropping the exchange because probably dropping the exchange. This one will be a move. You cannot stop to f3 because of knight e5. So you need to run away to h4.
That's on the board.
And this looks really scary, since I can play maybe even you will rook g7. I'm just trying to create some mating net.
What you played? Knight back on f4?
Now?
Oh, 95, sorry. 95, attacking the rook. And if I take the pawn on f5, which Leila just did? Ooh, white is capturing a lot of pawns.
It doesn't feel right. Something was misplayed, I think. So this is how the game is going. Now it seems that it will steer to a draw.
All right, white has to make the move. And the current result of the France-Kazakhstan is that France managed to win on the first board, and it's 2-1. And in this match, still Georgia is 1 point in advance. C4 attacking the knight, and both knights are hanging actually.
Okay,
96 now?
Yeah, 96 is a move. Even knight c7. No, yeah, even knight c7. No, but then you play c5. 96 is more to the point. It's scary to play against those knights.
It is scary, but white has collected so many pawns
and
already.
And now rook a7 is also unprotected piece. It's easy to blunder with white now. It's really now tough, and you have like last seconds, and wherever you take a look, suddenly it seems that you're dropping the exchange. Actually, Keti, she's losing the exchange.
Is she?
Yeah.
What was the move she played? I think she made king to g6.
Yeah, 97, dropping the exchange.
Knight to e7, and you have to give up one of the rooks here.
But no.
Then you're
rook
trading the
knight
pawns.
f4, knight f4 even better. Because a7 is attacked, so this one is a better move even. Knight f4 and then rook s6.
Knight e7 happened. White takes this knight on e7, and probably she plans to play c5 next move and trade this pawn, or rook to b5, and to capture the pawn. That's a lot of pawns here for white. King f5 would be a horrible blunder here. King has to go h6 or h5. h5 has happened.
Okay, now she will try to organize a mating net. Knight f4, king f6. This is trying to hide the king to f3. But okay, now it's getting closer to a draw.
Alojzije won the game, and the match is tied now 1-1.
It looks drawish.
So king h4 or king to h6 both could be possible here.
Okay, king h6, rook g6 protecting the b6 pawn, so I don't know if she
She
up
played
to that.
king to h4.
Yeah, and now king f6, probably. Or rook g6. But king f6 is something I would have done.
Wow, what a turn of events here.
Trying to create some mating net. So many moves they make now. She's aware that she will make a draw.
Oh, there was Anna Zatonsky actually walking to this game and checking the position, I believe. Maybe some draw offer happened in that game, or some repetition, or maybe she just wants to know.
Draw. Unbelievable game.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Let's check the second. Let's check the second board. Yeah, looks unpleasant. Still looks unpleasant, but probably holdable.
Wow, what a game.
It looks better for white, but of course looks very drawish. Very drawish. Very important moment.
If this game also ends in a draw, then it's going to be tie in the first round. Meanwhile, France is leading against Kazakhstan. And it seems like also the final board in that match, French turned the tables.
Let's just check. Let's just check this last game, but here I don't think that we should, follow anything. It seems just dead lost. So that means that this match is not so interesting to follow any longer. This one is the one to stay. What do you think, Keti? It's unpleasant still for black.
Well, the thing is that there's so few pawns on the board. And you cannot really activate your king because like your pawns on third rank is also hanging. And at some point, there is also c5 move that white is taking a look at. I like this rook to c7, this replacement of rooks.
I don't know if f6 is anything for white, but of course no need to play it because rook g7 is coming. Yeah, it's completely unnecessary. The point of white is if black pushes f6, then white plays rook g7.
Rook g7 and g6 pawn will hang, yeah.
So that's why black is waiting.
Rook to c3. White can also cannot move the king as e3 pawn is hanging. Maybe e4 is something white can play, but in that case, rook comes on c4.
Yeah.
And in case of e takes d5, you might even have lost pawn endgame.
Yeah, e4 is
coming to almost.
Yeah, thoroughly, but I don't see any motive for white. Do you see any motive? I see that she can only repeat the moves now.
50 seconds. They have equal, like,
This
50
will
seconds,
end
both
up
of
in a
them on the
draw, I
clock.
think. But this is I think this will be a tough,
E4 on the board.
yeah, tough situation for Georgia to handle, because they were really enjoying promising positions after the opening.
And black is now on move, 30 seconds for Team USA.
Yeah, rook
Anna
c4 is
Satoransky.
rook c4 is the move you should make here. Let's see, will it happen?
The match of France against Kazakhstan has ended, and seems like France is the first team who managed to beat Team Kazakhstan 3-1 quite convincingly on the first and the third boards. And this is our last game.
Yeah, France is playing a really, really great tournament. But of course, we need still to wait a bit to check the second part of the match. Victory in the first part, it's a big step forward, but yet it's still far away from winning the match. Last seconds.
What is this move?
Rook c6 doesn't win.
All right, nice. And you want to play d5 then?
Yeah, is it? King e5, king d7, king f6,
King e8,
e5.
King f8, e6.
Is this winning? Wait. e5.
Let's bring the chessboard as well on the screen.
It's winning. She's lost. She's completely lost. This is when you collect g6. It's not important when black king. This is non-rule. So what did she do? She blundered here. In this point,
Rook c6.
taking on e4 was a big blunder. Oh, rook c4 immediately. This fantastic research from one. Completely winning. Just push e6 and collect on g6. This is known. When the pawn is falling on g6, it's not important where black king is standing, because it's always lost. These guys, this is you need to know when the pawn is on. If we take this to one rank up, if the white is on g4 and black is on g5, then you have this defense with stopping and standing and g7 at the right moment. But here,
You know what? After this game, we should never predict the results.
no,
in
okay,
advance.
that's why we are here trying to give some opinion. But of course, it's not
No.
exact. So many possibilities. Anna was putting a fantastic resistance, and she was so close
Wow,
for
that
a draw.
is heartbreaking for Team USA.
Yeah.
They managed to survive until the last second, but
Yeah, as I said, this is always one. You just collect the g-pawn, and it's not important where the opponent's king is standing. She's now completely aware the white is winning. No need to calculate, that's it. You just collect the g6 pawn, and king h6 always is winning, because the problem is that black doesn't have this 9th rank. If black now would have 9th rank, then would be a draw. But you are missing that one more rank, and it's always lost. King h6, and that's it. Yeah, because if you would have a 9th rank, now you would play king to g9, and it would be a draw. But because of that detail, you need to run away from g8 square or g file, and you are losing.
wow, what a game!
Yeah.
What a match!
Yeah.
So dramatic. We have seen everything, I think, in this round. Mary Arabidze found the last
Unbelievable.
resource
Unbelievable
and
game.
wins for her team.
Anna was so close to a draw, but
Wow.
fighting spirit from Mary, using the chances, unbelievable.
Exactly.
Congratulations.
Such an experienced player like Anna
Fantastic.
Satoransky could also blunder like that when she has no time on the clock, a lot of pressure on her. This is something that she has to forget if she wants to play second round. But I can actually predict that she might just skip the second round, and USA might use another player, because losing this game, it's very
We
hard to
just
come
said
back.
that we won't predict anything, but Okay, we
Oh, this
still
we can
keep it.
predict.
Yeah.
This we can predict for sure.
Yeah,
It is tough
fantastic
to
round,
come back.
fantastic matches. Yeah, decisive matches.
Oof, let's pull up the results on the screen to check out once again what happened. 2 matches we had here, and this day can be the last day for 2 of the teams, and another 2 teams will go and qualify to the finals and will continue to fight for the title. And let's take a look at the results.
Yeah, Kazakhstan has lost against France, while US did the same against Georgia. Of course, even things still end up worse for the 2 teams who have just lost the match. There is this small final fighting for the bronze medal, so they need to keep up with their positive spirit. Even if they lost a match or a game, there is still a lot ahead of them.
That's right. So you guys, we have another round coming up very soon. The players have to take a rest now. The second round will start in about 1 hour. This is not enough time to, calm down and get ready for another round and prepare against your opponent. But the players have their more teammates there, so they can switch if someone feels not comfortable to play. And those teams have a lot of coaches actually here together and probably even working online. So we're gonna see all the drama in the second round of today. 1 hour, guys, don't go anywhere, because we will be back shortly and we will see the finals of today.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Women's World Team Chess Championship 2023, and we're back for another match. Today, there are two teams who are in must-win situation, and we are starting this round in the studio. Together with me is Grandmaster Alojzije Janković, Grandmaster Martin Tasbir,
and Keti Tsatsalashvili.
Yes. So, guys, Martin, we have Team USA and we have also Team Kazakhstan in must-win situation. What do you think? What are the chances for these teams to put it together and win this match right now and go to the tie breaks?
They have nothing to lose, to be honest, so they will fight till the end, I believe. There is one change in the lineup of USA. So yeah, they are putting everything on one card, I believe. So, you know, it's obvious. We are in the semifinals already. So 4 teams left only. 3 of them will win medals and 1 of them will go with nothing, to be honest.
Yeah, that is indeed very exciting moments for everyone, but for players quite stressful. Let's now take a look at the pairings of this round and check out who is this one player who is just joining the team and will fight for this round. And in here we have no changes. Kazakhstan against France, Georgia against USA.
Yeah, we can see that here we have this encounter on the first board, the same as the previous round, but on the second board we see the change in the lineup. Anna Zatonski, after this really painful loss in the end, she was so close in getting her team an equal result and suddenly that painful blunder probably has completely shaken her self-confidence, and it's reasonable decision, Keti.
Yeah, it is very, very interesting decision by USA last board. We do have this very interesting matchup. I'm looking forward to this matchup as we had, I think, the most craziest game. Let's take a look at the next matchup where Kazakhstan faces Team France. And if we take a close look here, we don't have a change at all.
Yeah, okay, they are still moving with their best team, or at least team who were actually scoring a lot in previous round. If I just may add concerning the strategy, if the first match was 2-2, then of course you have some doubts in your plans. But as Martin has just said, when you are in a desperately needed win situation, that of course it's sometimes even easier to play. But of course they will take a look on their boards or their teammates, because it's not the idea to burn all the bridges. Of course, sometimes it's possible to win a match even with a slower strategy. So I'm quite curious to see what will be the openings in those 2 matches.
Indeed, we have players and the captains and of course photographers together with the arbiters in the playing venue. Just 4 teams left out of 12, and here we have the handshake.
They're starting. Let's see if we could zoom maybe a bit one match just to see the faces while players are making their opening moves. We can see that, yeah, basically they are blitzing out, but now it's already a moment where some of them will stop for a while, considering.
What is this angle?
Yeah,
this is a new angle.
Bird view to see from the top.
Sky view.
How? Yeah, this is
Plain view.
Yes, skyscraper view.
Yeah, wow, this is very impressive. I like this view very much.
Yeah, but as we can see on that first board, yeah, this king's attack is sometimes people are playing, although h3 immediately. Yeah, some of them are postponing. It's quite possible as well to play. So they are sort of blitzing 2 bishops, but black will be very, very stable. Yeah, we will see if Bella is now ready to bounce back, or she will try to be very solid.
Yes, as we are just coming back to live and everything is heating up, also more and more viewers are joining us on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. You guys feel free to ask us some questions or support your favorite team. And also let us know in the chat, who do you think is the best player of this tournament? Shall we see another game in this match?
Of course,
perhaps
I'm
second game?
ready to jump in on the next one. Rui Lopez, I'm always giving advice to beginners, guys, after bishop a4, knight f6, castles. Black should wait with b5. You need to play b5. Try to remember this only when white is protecting this e4 pawn. Before that, bishop e7 is enough, because as I noticed in some beginners game, somehow this b5 comes before bishop e7, but bishop e7 and only after rook e1, b5 is necessary. And now it's possible d6. As I was playing this as a kid, and I was hooked up with this martial attack. This is something which was really looking adventurous to play with black. And I remember one comment by Levon Aronian when he said, when I was a kid, I was playing this martial and I was excited, same as me. I was excited to enter it, and at this moment I would castle and pray to God that c3 comes, because I didn't know anything else except the martial attack. Yeah, and then you have also some tricks in bullet that sometimes is in bullet. People are immediately pre-moving knight e5, so there is a famous trick to play e4, because you might get knight for free, because people are pre-moving. Or
so many tricks.
Yes, yeah. But here d6 is of course also normal way to go. The idea is to prepare, for the bishop g4 and to decide about either Breyer, Zaitsev, Chigorin. So many possible lines to play. Somehow Zaitsev with rook e8, h6, rook e8, bishop f8. Yeah, somehow people stopped playing this on the top level. Breyer is always possible with knight b8, and of course Chigorin, knight a5. White is slightly better, but it's really complicated to play this line. And now came this d5. Usually people play here queen c7, which is like the main move, but this d5 is something that people are playing these days everywhere. Before it was played mainly in Ivan Sokolov's game, but then started to play also some other players, and now even like top players, Magnus, Nepo, they're all choosing this way of sacrificing or trying to. There's also this well-known Gajewski line. So this is something which we see a lot these days. Of course, it's not novelty, but it's sort of sideline. On the third board, another London, another.
I think we know what Georgia was working on when they arrived 5 days before the tournament.
Yes,
Seems
exactly.
like they were heavily working in London.
Exactly. So this was London preparation. This is all well known. Here you have one trick, probably people know it. I think it goes queen c7, yes, as it was played. And now after castle, knight d7, you have this trick, queen d, bishop d, and then takes, and there is this trick, queen h7, since after queen h5, white is using this queen, and knight g5 is coming, white is winning. So this is one of trick, but of course I don't expect that black will
fell for it. Yeah,
actually white opted for something else. And we have the last board, which is like this. Kalashnikov, Laburdone, where some players are playing, postponing knight f6, quite topical. I was playing this myself. Now b5, knight e3, knight f6. White can play g3 usually as a main move. Also it's possible to play bishop d3, but here white opted for 95 a bit sideline, and black is counting on taking on d5, and the main thing is to exchange this dark square bishop. So that's it about this match. Let's switch to another match. So in Kazakhstan against France, we have English opening, e6, e4. We already, I think, had one game in pool phase where d5 was played, and then after e5, white was already gaining some advantage. So nice e6, precise move. Now if white plays something like bishop e2, it's possible to play d5 and then ed, d4. This might be annoying against some prepared player because white is slightly better there, but d4 of course is a normal move as well. Now black usually is playing either bishop c5 or bishop b4. Here bishop c5 played and black was ready to castle. Now came this e5, nice trick with the point of bishop f2, and black is returning, getting pawn back. Okay, normal typical position. I like to be black in this type of position, but this doesn't mean much. Let's check to the next one. King's Indian. This is sideline, bishop g4, bishop e3 is the main move. Knight d7. Now usually white is playing rook c1 with the point is to avoid after d5, maybe sometimes bishop c3 and some other stuff. But rook c1 is the main. Also knight g1 is possible with the point is that white is saying I have light squares in the center, so I don't need light square bishop. But for black also it's important that he get rid of one of her pieces, and since she's not enjoying much space, that it's much easier. As I'm sometimes joking that guys, if you're playing against some opponent, for you it's better that 5 persons drive in a car or 6, so don't allow them to get rid of one of 2. And when you are the guy who is traveling or said you don't have space, so exchange one or 2 pieces, because then your drive would be enjoyable. Yes.
More chance to enjoy it.
Yes, exactly. It's no fun when you have 6 persons and not many squares. This is also quite known. 97 line, d4. Also these days everyone is playing different tips, but this I think here is the idea, just to get your opponent out of the book. They have like a completely new position. And before giving a floor to Marcin, let's just switch to the last game from this match, where Fianchetto, King's Indian, how they call this Yugoslav variation, actually probably the most critical one against the Fianchetto. But before it was played a6, rook b8 were main line. You can find this in Petrosian's games when he was white, but now e5 is sort of main line, with the idea after d5 to play knight b8, and you could see this, find this in many games. Now Montenegrin former Bosnian player 2600 Denis Kadrić is playing this most of the time, and it's possible to play for a win. Yeah, this is all I would say known. So it's time to give floor to Marcin.
All right, you are mentioning that position from the match Georgia against USA. Maria Arabidze has chosen to play d5 in that position, which is a very, very rare move. Actually, only 11 games I have found. And now white may try to get the advantage after de, knight e4, and knight b to d2. The idea is that if black takes, which seems to be the most logical move, queen may take on d2, and just after bishop e6 to play queen f4, either to push h4 or to move your queen to g3. So this is the way to handle that position with white. In the game, and it played very fast, right? More than 45 minutes on the clock by black, and white played knight e5. So I believe white is totally out of the book, and we shall see if black prepared anything against it. So it's going to be really, really interesting. Okay, back to you.
Wow, very nice idea, Martin. This, if you don't know theory, how likely it's to find queen d2 on the board, and
Yeah.
this queen maneuver here on the
Not an
king
easy
side.
task at all. We can just conclude that here they have complicated battle. This one is more solid. Yeah, but here already some mess is about
I like
to take
that.
place.
H4.
Yeah, H4. H4, your style. Keti's variation. Let's check the last board we are.
What's the name of 1h4?
1H4. Ooh, tough question. I don't know yet.
Guys in the chat for sure know this. They like h4, g4, b4, whatever strange 4. Everyone knows this. They know the names, but I don't really recall.
Really?
if
Yeah, H4.
Such a thing. Yeah.
For me, it's surprised that it has a name at all. But these days, everything has name. Yeah. And the last board is still in progress, so let's leave this match. Let's focus on this one here. Things are taking maybe faster course. Yeah, slight pleasant position for white, slightly better. Yeah, usually this space advantage means something. This one still opening phase as same as that one. Okay, maybe this one is the one to follow, or we could maybe zoom from a side some game just to see how players are doing there while we are waiting for some new things to happen on the board.
Yeah, and
see how
meanwhile
they
we
are
do
doing.
have answer in the chat. 1h4 is Kada's opening. What is Kada's?
Now do you ask this, please? Can you write in chat?
What is
What is
Kada's?
Kadas?
Who is Kada's?
Okay, so we will have like a constant
Chat.
learning process. Guys,
Yeah.
thanks for watching us. Follow the channels. Yeah. And keep up with updates.
Keep
We
us
need this.
educate with the
Yes.
opening names. It has actually 2 names, and we didn't even know one. It also is known as Despress opening.
Yeah, I know now what will you ask. What is Despress?
No, is Despress for Desperado?
Probably. Or Desperate.
Desperate, yes.
Not housewives, but opening, yeah. Yeah.
All right. This, I think, as the previous match, this will start a little bit slow, and then at some point we're gonna have all the fireworks on the board.
We see now that players are even walking a bit. Yeah, we must say that players really have here nice conditions, guys. Coffee, drinks, snacks are provided, which is useful, although it's a rapid game. You don't have too much time to move around, but anyway, it's always useful that you can get refreshment. So everything is done really on a high level.
It is always great to have coffee and tea company as a partner of the chess event, because you have endless amount of coffee and tea during the tournament, which actually keeps the players in shape, not to blunder, not to get tired.
Yeah, exactly.
It's quite important. All right, so let's choose one game perhaps, and
I would stick
focus
to
on that. Which one do you think
King's
is?
Indian, I would stick, or some opening. Let's see which one. Either in this match, both black pieces of Kazakhstan are quite interesting to follow. So maybe we can check how black will create a counterplay here, since if white gets some time to finish her development, this space advantage will really start to tell. But in the meantime, we can see what will Martin say.
Yes.
Right, as usually the computer finds a really nice draw, and as we can see after bishop e5, black may play knight to g4, bishop to g7. This is the first line, rook to g8, Bishop has to come back to d4. I can now exchange, and now I can decide just already to make a draw by repetition. Rook has to go to g1, and I have knight h3.
That's nice.
So that might occur on the board, I believe, because it is very, very logical, right? And there is nothing sophisticated. Now on the board we have knight g4. So I believe white will not play bishop g3, for example, because after knight f2, I believe it would be black who is already taking an advantage, or maybe even bishop f2. So I believe just that white needs to take on g7 and then come back to d4, and it might occur that Deimante already may make a draw. All right, back to you.
Oh, unbelievable situation that we
That's
have.
great.
Oh yeah, on
News
the
from
board
Team
when they need to fight, probably they will counting that they will put serious pressure with white pieces. Suddenly, it seems that white, needs to make a draw.
It is a great skill to know how to make a draw when you need to make a draw.
Yeah.
Because that's toughest situation. All of us have been last round when you need a draw. And it's so difficult to play for a draw because sometimes you're going to play very passive and you're ending up losing the game. But if you know this kind of tricks, it is just great.
Which means that it's very important in chess to surprise your opponent, because this strategy, somehow it feels that if you are you're able to surprise your opponent, your chances are really getting better. Yeah, I remember when I was playing one tournament in Austria, actually the open tournament which I won, I was in last round, I was playing against Bluebaum. Actually, he was European champion last year. But that time he was like a solid grandmaster, not yet like a top level player. But I remember that I was playing with black. I desperately needed the draw to claim the victory in the tournament, and only by this chance that I surprised him, I got some kind of easy draw in the end. So this strategy, I think it's very important if draw is good result for you.
And also another thing that this actually shows that it's a home preparation of Deimante. Martin right now is just writing us in a chat that Deimante has 45 minutes on the clock, so she knew this. She was ready for this.
Exactly. Now, huge success for the team. Yeah, for analysis, it seems that they are just heading for a draw. Oh, very nice moment. Yeah, that's it. It seems like a mutual agreement. Yep.
Wow, well done, Deimante.
That's it. It's a draw. Yeah, probably
they have to check if
it's... but arbiter will,
of
course, understand that it's a draw. I see Pavel Kotsur, grandmaster, who is, saying to Bibisara what to do. Yeah, don't worry, we have still more games.
Three boards to go, but we clearly saw what is French strategy right now to play safe.
Yeah.
And they have already scored very important victory in the first round. All they need is not to lose the match.
Yeah, now you have two whites against one of opponents, and 2-2 is in your favor. Chances are really increasing of French team. Yeah. Let's check what's going on in that match on the next boards. We do have this active play of black. Actually, Keti, this is the type of game you want to play when you need to win. Yeah, you are putting some pressure, probably some either a6 or c4. Also, maybe there are some. A6 is like a normal way to play. So we will see what will happen there. Let's check the next. Yeah, here it's sort of they're a little bit not stuck, but they're just moving around. But now when I take a look a little bit closer, maybe black will be fast here. Some king h8, f5, since this bishop is out of the play. Interesting. And the last board. Wait.
Oh, there
what a blunder. b4. Played blundering queens. probably blunder.
Ooh,
This is just
double
my
attack.
first impression. Maybe I'm completely wrong. But guys, what's going on? I just see that white is a pawn down.
Double attack it is.
Okay, now France will have tougher situation because on the board where you are white, suddenly you are dropping a pawn. This is not something they were hoping of after the first board draw, right?
Yeah, that is true. It just happened right now as the other game ended in a draw. So, is there any way that white actually sacrifice and not blunder?
I don't see any anyway, because we can also see, I guess, time management that white is thinking. I don't see that she can do anything here.
Can I ask a question? Because
Sure.
like I'm a bit curious now. Instead of playing queen b3,
Okay.
white could play here b5. And if you cover c5 with the knight c5, then I'm not losing the pawn.
Yeah, so I
very
have two
least.
options, either go completely back or to take on c3. Probably better for me is to go back, because if I take on c3, it seems that ba, it's not a real pawn.
It's a double pawn, yeah.
It's something, but not much. But after knight b8, I don't see how you can trick me now. Maybe it's better for you, because in this way how it was played,
And then,
at least you are kicking my
how
knight.
about bishop a? I don't know. I can drop the piece. I can drop the piece, and we can't even.
Bishop
stop.
a3? Or?
Like first to move the knight, and then bishop a3 idea, because this pawn on d6 is also hanging.
Very strange situation. So that means that, France, now the chances look complicated. So maybe time that we switch to another match.
Okay.
Let's
Sounds
do it.
good. Actually, I had an idea to suggest to go on the board 3,
Okay,
where we have this London system.
okay, sure.
And we had this h4 already, and like everything feels like it's ready for white side, but still the question is how white is improving here in this position.
What I can see immediately that black, she has rearranged her pieces really well. Bishop on b7, knight is on e7, which looks completely normal, and I don't see that white can launch an attack with king on g1. If the king was in long castle, then we could maybe speak about some g4, g5, which is a normal way to fight against h6 of your opponent. But with king on g1 and pushing pawns in front of your king can easily backfire. So, of course, black is getting ready to jump to e4. Now I think that white will switch her strategy, trying to be a little more patient and to wait and see what will black do. Sometimes when the pawn was on, if pawn is on h7, then knight g6 is an option. Here this is not longer possible.
Yeah, very.
I expect some maneuvering now, not a direct assault.
There was I got my eyes on engine some moves ago, and at the point when white played h4, there was possibility if we can go move 10.
Yeah.
This looks a little bit odd, but this is maybe something that can work out in these positions. Instead of h4 to go on the king side, the engine suggests to take the knight on c6, which is like so unnatural to trade this active knight. Bishop takes, then trade the dark square bishops, and then to get the knight on e5. And now in this position, if knight goes on d7 to trade, then we have this f4 option. And in case of f6, we will have serious attack on the king side. perhaps queen h5 right away. And if you take the knight on e5, f takes on e5, and then rook gets on f5, there is like more life in this position.
I agree. I think that here in this situation, black will start pushing her pawns, either b5 or something, not moving her knight, just trying to get some counterplay on the queen side, because of course black is not afraid of this exchange since bishop is already a bit passive. So this would be, I think, the normal route which would probably happen. But while we are waiting outcome of maneuvering in this game, maybe it's time that we give a floor to our dear Martin.
Martin has such a smile.
Yeah, finally something interesting going on, you know. Of course, Kazakhstan is the must-win situation, and so they are risking, actually. I like this attitude, approach with knight e5 attacking the pawn, and here b5 sacrifice. I believe white could have taken with the knight on b5, just even sacrificing equality on a1, but capturing the dark squared bishop. What white did, she played c takes b5, and I believe, especially in the rapid tempo, just like here, at rapid time control, black will do fine in that position because white was not prepared for that. So after castle queen a5, it is much easier, I believe, to play that position with black than with white. Black's plan will be rook f to b8, for example, then putting some c4, trying to get there. So I believe this will be also very, very interesting. Black has sacrificed a pawn for the activity. But you are the experts after d4, so you can take a look at it and say some more plans of black in that position, I believe. All right, back to you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
anyways,
Martin.
still a bit early, I would say, to make some big conclusion, right? But it looks very interesting.
Very promising position. Okay, let's pull up the board on the screen, and this is too crowded. So many pieces. None of the pieces have been traded yet, right?
Yeah.
All the
But
pieces
this
still
knight
remains.
e4 is a typical way to move on. Black actually basically was doing everything to prepare that jump since knight was moved to e7, and now black is counter-attacking here. I don't know, it seems to me that we will get some kind of transposition from London system maybe to some Queen's Gambit way, so yeah, still hard to say. What's going on here in this match? Has something changed here? Not much. Okay, here we do have some exchanges. DC, okay. What's going on here? Let me.
Is the 4? Bishop d6 probably to attack the knight.
This is the point now. Probably knight f7. Yes, taking on e5. On a5. First feeling is that white should be slightly better here, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe black is also doing fine. I was thinking maybe some a4 or something will open the rook, but it just might be some kind of preparation which is, yeah, completely equal. We might get another draw if this is without any venom for white or for black.
Yeah, b takes a5 has been played. It is black to move right now. And black's pieces looks very active. Mary goes bishop to b7 to support the pawn on e4. I do love this pawn in the center. It somehow controls so many squares. And now seems like black is preparing rook to c8 with the idea to push b4, and this bishop bishops are on c-file, although I just see now that bishop b3 might be their intermediate move. And
or
check.
I can maybe even start with knight d2. Of course, then you will focus on the c3 pawn. Also, maybe even a4 can be played. I don't think that here anything except some equal position can happen, but who knows. Black rearrangement of black pieces are really nice. Rooks, bishops, knight, king might even run to g6 square if it's necessary. But white should be safe as well, because I'm pawn up, okay, it's double, but I'm ready to exchange. I don't see that white is risking much here. So with some precise play, I think, yeah, the most likely outcome is a draw. If king was, let's say, somewhere maybe on edge 8, then black would be able maybe to put some pressure. But here, this bishop b3, Keti, you just mentioned, it's might be some kind of bonus which will help white to avoid some problems with c3 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems
Let's
like.
check this. This one we were following. How about this one? What has happened here? So, bishop e2, knight d4 played. Not so common. Usually people take here and then try to come out after knight d5, try to come out with bishop g5, although d6 is attacked after some exchange, but anyway, black might have some compensation here in this type of positions. I don't know, rook somewhere. Also, it's possible to prepare this by playing some h6 or rook b8. Usually people play this position just to avoid being attacked later. But here knight d4, very forcing sequence. Bishop b7. Usually bishop goes to e6, so b7 is, yeah, maybe b plan square, and it was a pawn sacrifice. And now white is a pawn up, but black is liquidating, which means that
black is on time to push this pawn because white's king was in the center.
This also sometimes happens, Keti, that you are exchanging a lot of things, you are getting pawn back, but suddenly quality of your position, maybe it's not the same. Here, when I see if white manages to place her bishop on c4 or d5, I have a target, while black will still need some regrouping to do the same. So
all right.
yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
I get
it's
the point.
small advantage for white anyway, which sometimes you realize only later how deep are your problems. Yeah, I would prefer white. You see some activities.
7 already.
Yeah, some activities happening. Yeah,
White
liquidation.
will target this f7 pawn, and then even if you're guarding this one weakness, there is always some sort of like chances to create more and more weaknesses. So it's like it's risk-free for white here, which is already very nice start of a game.
Okay, exchanging pair of rooks. From black side might be a wise choice, or she wants to play bishop b4, and then rerouting the bishop to c5. Maybe bishop b4 is an idea. Although I see some tactics, Keti.
Yeah?
Maybe I'm completely wrong.
Oh, bishop c4.
You cannot play bishop rook b7
Yes.
because I take this. While when you protect, yeah, but you're counter-attacking this. This was my point.
Queen f6. Like if you play queen f8, then a3
Yeah,
is.
this was my point.
Oh, how
Although
about first we take on f7?
Okay.
You see, we made out like we made something
But
out
do
of
I'm
this
getting
position.
anything? It's just liquidation, because now a3 I will lose this pawn, and basically rook will be behind, and suddenly I'm in bad position. So here only way was to use this pin. So bishop c4, you come to f6, I play a3, you take here, I move my king. So what about this position?
It looks something should
again,
happen.
maybe it should be good for black. I'm pretty sure. Maybe now something like.
Yeah, in Georgian we say that the mouse dig the ground so much that this mouse found the cat, so this position can go that far.
Yeah, it's still not 100% sure what's going on here, because if I move my king, I take on b4, but it doesn't feel that black can be in problems, big problems there. Maybe some queen c2 just.
Queen f7?
Now rook f, queen f7, king h8, but now rook f1 is the problem because I'm threatening checkmate. I don't know. Maybe this is some kind of concept, unless I'm missing something. So what's the situation on the board? I think it was rook b7 was played, and then queen bishop f6. So this was.
So in these positions, so far we don't have rook f7 sacrifice, but can white go for bishop c4 and then somehow start to annoy?
Because you are threatening checkmate, I get your point. After bishop c4, you're threatening rook f7 and then queen a8. This is some kind of trick. So if now something
Bishop
like
e5,
this, I
yeah.
take on f7, and
Why are you playing always good moves? Then bishop f2.
bishop f2, king f1.
Ah, okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm just winning here with white.
Queen f7?
Queen c6. So this is my point. Queen c6, I'm winning the queen. If you take with the rook, I'm delivering a checkmate. So these are some motives white is counting on, I guess. So queen f6, bishop c4 looks to me as a right way to go.
Is there
Bishop c4 will be played, I'm pretty sure. And now some g6.
we cannot do queen f7 in that position because black will simply take the queen, right?
Yeah,
So that's
yeah,
not
rook
the
f7 is
right.
necessary. Yeah, just turn on the engine to check for a second, and it seems that white is having a pull here, keeping a pull, and bishop c4 has been played, right?
Yeah, it has been played. And these obstacle color bishop endgames are very tricky because sometimes you think that you already equalized and you relax, and then all the danger can start from that point.
What we have said before, it's important that you keep the initiative. How you're keeping initiative? You're keeping initiative by creating targets, so increasing a value of your level, of your bishop, and it's important that you keep heavy pieces on the board. If we will now remove rooks or queens, of course it will be tougher to create anything. Now it's tough situation, really tough, because white has also these long-term ideas like g3, king g2, and just improving her position while black needs to sit and wait. Really unpleasant position. Yeah, and I think that Lela is pretty aware that she could have done better.
True. She is taking her time in this position. There are still many ways to hold this position. It's not that she is lost, but she has very unpleasant situation to carry this game, where white has nothing to risk. If we go to the other matches of this, if you go to the other games of this match, we do have some updates on the first board. Let's take a look. Not too much here, but from the second board, we already see here some changes after a4. Black decided to push
this was
b4.
logical. Actually, I was thinking about a4. Of course, you don't want to take because then the rook is coming with the tempo and potentially active position. So you want to make b4. And actually, I stopped my calculation after b4 because it seemed to me that after this move, black actually isolated both pawns of white. If I take, then bishop b4 is serious tempo. So I was not sure is this a right way, but maybe as we mentioned, it's after this bishop d2 is just the same. Again, we will have like this equal type position. So rook c8 looks a bit scary, but then bishop b3 check. You mentioned Keti is just saving the day.
Yeah, instead of b4, there was also the other way to react there with bishop to c7. And in case of AB, you take with AB, and the pawn on A5 is also hanging, and you're taking this pawn in this way.
That's nice. That's probably, that was a bit better maybe. But anyway, it seems that drawing margin is quite high that we will get an equal outcome here.
All right, and the third board, let's see. I'll check up on London system if it's working here.
Yeah, this is now very complicated. It seems that black has taken some nice outposts, nice squares, but also a bit stuck, since I don't see how any side can do some big improvements. It after f6 always this knight g6 is coming.
I'm thinking how about knight h2 g2 and then f3 to start to kick the knight out and look for some sacrifices on h6 square.
Okay, I agree with you that white has maybe a little bit more easier way to proceed than black, who has taken nice squares, but no obvious follow-up. So, yeah, I would stick to white as well in this position. It seems that white is doing slightly better. Maybe some annoying plan why black should allow this annoying jump to g6 and play some f6, although it looks unpleasant, but you are a little bit unlocking your position.
Yeah, maybe we can take a look. The engine suggests this f6, knight g6, and then e5.
Oh, this looks drastical, like a drastical measure.
Yes.
First is something with queen g4, which looks maybe then the point is bishop c8.
To guard the knight on f5, and then there will be also threats of knight d4 and knight e3.
Okay, I would. Okay, now white needs to calculate some f3. What will happen there when black takes on f4, white takes on e4 in some stage, but maybe not yet. Yeah, very interesting. What will I play now? Okay, of course I can take on e4. I can make this sequence. Maybe first taking on e5, you take, I take, you take, and then I retreat my bishop. And you will probably take maybe sooner or later, but probably immediately. And this position...
Two knights versus two bishops.
Yeah, and this position, of course, black can play something like bishop to d3. It's tricky, Keti, because it's not easy to evaluate this one. And you go for it, and suddenly, when you get the position on the board and make few moves, suddenly you realize that this was,
you cannot take it back.
Tough decision, and maybe position is not so bright as you thought it will be. Flexibility, it's usually easier to a bit stay flexible than making these drastic measures. But yeah, f6 probably is the way to play. So where to go here? Oh, king f1. Okay, that's interesting decision, So she wants to say that after bishop d4, she will maybe move with, follow with f3, and maybe she's even claiming that king can be safe at e2, and in possible queen's exchange, it's good for white to have active king in the endgame. Tough decision, but really also understandable. It's time that we switch to another match. Let's check what's going on here. On the second board, we had this counterplay, Benko style, rook b1, h3. Yeah. Black is doing good, white is doing good. Typical position.
Everyone does.
Yeah.
Everyone does great.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone is happy.
It's on its own way.
Yes, everyone is happy. How about this one? Also looks happy for both sides. Typical play for black, although white is super safe, which takes us to the last board, where only one where we had some adventures. So in the end, basically the idea now of white is to try to restrict and to black pieces and to play like nothing has happened. Just bring the rooks on c5 and trying to claiming to say I don't mind being a pawn down since I have some.
Because I sacrificed it.
Maybe not, but saying that she has nice things to play on, even a pawn down. Yeah, light squares, and I'm not sure that reaction of black was the best.
It seems
one.
like white was playing all the moves and black was somehow holding it. I do love queen c4 move right now, and it's a very, very nice line. For instance, if black plays here f5 and starts to attack on the king side, there's this sequence there. f5, e takes f5. Can we maybe click? f5, e takes f5. G takes, and knight b to d4.
Oh.
Yes. So this is a very nice suggestion here by the engine. I don't know, like if queen c4 was played to a mean that's possible. And then this seems to be like something that white is happy to get out of blundering the pawn.
Will we have the situation when people, for example, in football, they are actually passing and suddenly it becomes a shoot, or they are shooting and later they say, I was passing or I was shooting. It's in terms of this was my idea.
It was my plan.
As you see, as you can see later, it was successful. Concept was huge success. So yeah.
I love how white started to activate the pieces.
I just needed to exchange light square bishop, guys. That's why I gave
plan.
The
You just
pawn.
got in my trap. And then, like, okay, f5 in a way is helping white, I believe, because you give up this e6 square. But here knight d4 can also be another idea to look for hc6 square and to attack this knight on a6. So I asked myself, what if I go this knight on b8 and somehow get this on d7 and to the other side? And if we play knight to b8 here in this position, then queen to c8 gives here white an advantage.
Yeah, if I would needed to make some conclusion, I will say that this b6 was not the move black should have played. Since black was hoping that after b5 this knight c5 will be of importance, but suddenly white switched to another strategy of undermining this knight and exploiting this square. So to me this b6 was a dubious move, which gave some real compensation to white, because Keti, now we can say that the compensation is quite big for white, since it looks also very nice. Now so many pieces are active. For sure white has compensation here. That's not the question.
And in the game f5 has just happened. So black went for this king side attack. Here Mitra is taking her time. She's thinking. She's already thinking, more than 4 minutes for this move. Oh no, I probably didn't receive the, okay. Yeah, and they also traded the pawns on f5. So this is the current position. Do you think we're gonna have knight d4?
Who knows? It's really hard to say. Probably, since you just lost the pawn. Of course, I think then your fighting spirit and surviving kit is ready, you know, on alert. So you want to make some tactical shots because.
And knight d4 is on the board.
Yeah,
She went
I'm
for
not
it.
surprised.
Beautiful.
But let's see if Marcin is surprised by some outcome of some games.
Yes, exactly. In the game of Keti Abrahamian against Maria Alojzije, I thought it would be quite equal, but then even after exchanging the queens, it's getting quite tense position. White took on f7, took on a5, with pawn up, but on the other hand, double pawns on a5, bishop b7, a4, b4, of course, not exchange the pawn, bishop d2, bishop e5, and now f4. And then started to think. I believe that after bc, knight to bishop to c3, or knight to c3, there might be some like bishop c7 might come. Or even after bishop c3, there might be some problems because of the pin. So here I believe after f4 and bc, the position is very tense, even though it's an endgame already. Alright?
Yeah, I'm surprised because it looked to me that it will be some kind of dry outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, drawish endgame, but
I don't know how I feel about f4 move there. It can be either really good, it can be something that you cannot take it back. Very interesting updates indeed, and we're getting more and more interesting moves on the chess board. Is there any match that you want to focus?
yeah, we can briefly switch from games one to another to let's see. Usually I was happy with white in this type of position when I put this pressure on e7 because the point here in white's plan is that the black is focusing on the queen side, and then at some stage white should skillfully try to open the position either in the center or, as you know, probably the motive. Probably you're familiar with that motive.
You know
because
what?
you're mentioning only maybe 3-4 times in each game. But
You know what? I play this with white and never have a good position. Because probably I'm choosing the wrong plan and I never choose h4, h5.
now is the moment. Yeah, and on the third board, yeah, things are heating up. This bishop was restricting white's king, was aiming towards white king, but sometimes they have this, I would say, construction saying that this is an empty bishop because it looks active, it cuts the board, but basically white is playing around it and there is no purpose. So this concept might be something white is trying to play on because, as you can see, white is putting the focus towards king side and all those white pieces are involved in action while black bishop is really not doing much. So that might be a concept white is...
Can white here play e takes f5, bishop f5 and knight e4 to try to jump with this knight on g5 square?
Yes,
Very
of course.
dangerous.
Probably take...
And if you take, I take with a bishop and I'm gonna keep the eye still on this
but
diagonal.
probably this is the way black should go and play 6-6 now, and it's your turn to prove that you can get something here. Maybe you can rookie one.
f5, and hoping that, like for instance, knight e5, bishop h4, to push this pawn all the way to f6.
Might be the case. Probably you take or you don't take, I don't know. It's not clear will this bring you,
any big advantage
but
or not.
okay.
Yeah.
Now black is getting ready to cover extra this square. But this is interesting situation. Yeah, here we have your move, your plan, and let's check what's going on in other games. Yeah, here suddenly some action is about to start. Okay. b4. Usually white is a bit postponing this push, but here Bella has chosen to immediately challenge black on the king side, and Alice is just rerouting her pieces. I'm not sure that this was the right way to play with white, because now those knights will start jumping. This bishop is really well placed. It looks to me that black is having like a normal position here. I wouldn't be afraid, but okay, still two bishops, it can be an advantage for white. Here we are waiting for this, this sequence. Very interesting position. What's going on here? So after h5, b5 was played, which is also a reasonable way, as I mentioned, that black is playing here on the queen side. g4, the most challenging continuation, and then f3, trying to kick the knight. It's true that white took some serious space advantage on the king side, but still black is quite safe. So since bishop g3, the problem of black is that the white is that g5 just drops this h pawn, so white needs to make several preparatory move, and then came this f4 with the idea to protect h5 with the queen after g5. So maybe tense moment, knight to e4, knight to f1. I'm not sure about white's concept, because she's really leaving a lot of, it's not weaknesses, but a lot of space behind. So if black managed to, at some stage, to open the position, this king might feel uncomfortable there. Here, not much has changed. I'm surprised about this concept, because it was more logical to play g3 and
King g2 and then to push.
Okay, anyway, maybe black was on time here in this position. If you start with g3, then bishop d4, but bishop d4,
yeah, the f2 pawn is gone.
Yeah, this I cannot play, so I need to find something. Maybe king f1 was necessary. What could I do differently? I don't see any other way. So maybe king f1 was necessary. g3, bishop d4, and I'm dropping a pawn. Maybe I'm not on time.
Seems like g6 was a quite nice move from black to make sure that there is no checkmate on the back rank. And there was also a very dangerous counter attack on f2 square.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see a follow-up now instead of king f1. Maybe there is some way. Yeah, but probably.
In the last position, white just decided to play e5.
Okay, let's check.
So king f1, f3, bishop c5, and e5. Is this changing anything?
Some draw is around. So queen takes e5, right? Also queen h4, is that possible?
That looks scary. The checkmate threat on f2.
But g3, you take on h2, and I don't see anything. So what should I do now? Maybe she calculated she can run, but for example, king e2, you give me check, I try to run, I see some kind of draw around, but also black can push maybe somehow. King f. I don't think that this is the idea. So what is she up to? Queen h4, this is now a serious question. Maybe
Rook b2 and bishop to d4 is another thing that you can attack this rook if white goes passive and withdraws the rook.
Yeah.
Oh, very interesting. We're waiting for the response here from white, and meanwhile we have Martin in the studio with some of the updates. Martin, what do you have?
Right, you are mentioning, Alojzije, about this move b6, which seemed to be very, very weak because weakening the white squares in the camp, black's camp, and I do agree. Of course, white took an advantage of that. As you can see, there is a great pressure. Now the knight on a6 is semi-hanging. And after f5, take, and knight b to d4, and black was forced to make a decision either to play to c7 or to take on d4. Both of them are quite good for white, I believe. It is much easier in that position to play with white. So black played knight to c7, a to c7, and after knight e6, take, black has some problems. There is a threat of e7 check, of course, but after queen e7, I can push the pawn to b5. The pawn on e5 starts to hang. Then I can put some knight on h4. Even though I'm pawn down, I believe white is much better, and I believe black is in severe problems in that position. All right, back to you.
Wow, very interesting. White was pawn down like 10 moves before, but now we have this very sharp position for Mitra, and she has very good chances to fight back.
Yeah, these games actually are showing that there is space for improvement to try to be a little bit more precise. In case you get like a serious advantage, you get a pawn by some kind of nice tactics. To be careful, not allowing your opponent this initiative, and this position is quite unpleasant to play now. Yeah,
it is.
So here we will follow this one. Just to conclude once again, normal position here. Here, pawn takes e5 was played, so we could expect now cd2, right?
Knight d2 and
knight d2, and now
rook d2?
probably, yeah, rook d2, bishop b3 is this.
Knight d3?
Yeah, or knight
Is
d, or
not
bishop d5
extra
as well.
piece for black?
Let's wait. Takes. Okay, I don't need to take on d2. I can play something like rook d1.
I think rook f1 was played to pin the knight.
Okay, even better. Yeah. Rook f1. Complicated. So e3.
e3.
Yes.
Pawn takes e2.
Okay, e3, bishop d1. Is this a concept?
Maybe e3. Is there e3, pawn takes knight, e2, and bishop b3? No.
No, e3, I need to play like bishop d1. I don't see any other move. And now it's off to
There's
black.
knight c3 as well.
Yeah. Knight
Knight
c3,
c3.
maybe better move. But rook c...
8 and bishop b3 check.
Okay. I move my king somewhere.
King.
I don't know, let's say. Maybe g6 is best.
Yeah, funny square.
You will take. You might try to... Yeah, you will take, I take.
Maybe
No,
knight on
you
c2,
cannot. I
yeah.
take on c3, so you cannot take. You need to move your knight, but then no, this doesn't work.
So knight c3 is not so
Yeah,
sound.
and on bishop d1 I play rook c8, coming to c3, to c1. Messy game. Really. So rook f1 played. e3 was my... I think e3 should be played. That was correct. And knight c3 seems to be bad, which brings us to conclusion that Keti White will lose this one. Or?
Well, with these pawns on the second and the third rank, it's quite difficult to
Will Mary
hold the
again
position.
be hero of the team?
Can be.
Yeah.
That can be. And once again, after rook bishop to d1, we do have rook c8 move
Yeah.
with idea of rook to c1.
Yeah, this looks okay. Come on, those two pawns on d2 and e3, they are equal to a piece for sure. And now just white is
how about
hoping
this?
that it becomes only a piece, not a rook.
How about this? Bishop to d1,
Okay.
rook to c8,
Yeah.
for pawn takes knight,
Pawn takes knight.
Rook
c1.
bishop b3,
Okay.
king, let's say g6.
This move is winning.
I
Yeah.
take
Rook takes. And there's no way to stop
knight
her.
d2 and pawn takes d2. No, knight d2,
Okay, I take on
a1.
a1 and rook's endgame. Ah, okay, you're counting to draw the rook endgame. Okay,
Yeah.
let's check. So you take, I take with the rook, you take on d2, I take on a1, you take on a1, I take on d2.
Rook d1,
Of course, even probably pawn's endgame is lost. I just
because
win.
king is
I
extremely
just win
active.
pawn's endgame because those two are not important. Unbelievable outcome.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is this a preparation?
I
Because
don't-
Black
I-
started to push so convincingly from the beginning.
No, I think she was certain that she has enough composition or that it's like a drawish position. But she's very skillful. Don't forget that she's a European champion. So Mary is, yeah, she knows how to win. So I'm not surprised. So let's check what do we have. What's going on the next board?
Do you know that the blunder just happened on the last board?
Where?
That now this is equal, but if you go back on move rook f7, white decided to go for this
Ah,
trade.
not queen h4.
No, queen e5
Okay.
and rook f7. And yeah, white's plan was that after queen d5 what happened, but queen a1,
Yeah.
king goes on e2,
Yep.
queen b2,
Okay.
king goes on d1.
Why not somewhere else? Why not d3? Probably queen b1. So d1.
Yeah,
Okay.
king d1. Yeah, and this is the moment when engine is complete idiot and it says it's equal.
What?
And then they're just saying it's winning.
No, but queen b1. How it's equal?
It will like, yeah, I don't know. Then it's
And bishop b4. I think you're winning, right?
wait, is this the same engine?
He or she is providing false information.
So like you make the black's move, it's winning. You make white's move, it's draw.
Yeah.
We got the tired engine here.
No, it's winning. Come on. This is a winning position. Here it's obvious. So queen a1 was yeah, if Lela has spotted this, practically they will be in finals
Yeah.
because Mary is close to winning and basically, yeah, that's just it, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, now it's a draw. The way how it was played, it's just a draw, not even interesting to fun. So, have you debugged the engine? Or
I
it's
have
still
to
bugged?
teach some chess to this engine.
Yeah.
Wow.
As I mentioned here, although it seems that white took some space with this action of b4, a5 stuff, but knights, they need outpost. Usually you get outpost either by some kind of pawn push of your opponent, which leaves holes behind, or you are the one who is pushing pawns and creating outposts. Now this knight on b5 really looks nice, and second one will also be ready to somehow be rerouted, maybe rook d8, knight e8, even at some stage. What do we have here? What's going on here, Keti? I don't see an attack. So suddenly, if I would be white, I would start to think about some exchanges.
Yeah, and black has this very clear plan to attack on the queen side and get more and more space advantage. And you cannot do the same on the king side.
Exactly.
If you push the pawn, I'll take it.
Exactly. You're right. This is the difference. Now we are playing basically in center or on the queen side, or white is waiting on the queen side, while the play on king side is quite locked. Very tense situation. Has something changed on the second board? She's thinking after rook f1?
E3 has been played.
Okay, yeah. And now white needs a miracle. Here they are maneuvering. Black is close to winning. Here black is fine. And the one is a draw. So it means, yeah, okay, still a lot ahead of us. Let's check the next match. What has happened here? Marcin was commentating these possibilities. It seems now that white, if we didn't know what has happened before, we could say, oh, really model game by white, putting initiative,
Very
playing light
nice.
square, yes.
Open up the H file.
Yeah, exactly. Now this
Knight
looks
A4.
really grim. Knight comes to c6. This
Nice.
is really sort of, yeah.
Knight c6, e7, rook h1, and there will be some checkmating ideas on h file too, because this long diagonal is controlled. Queen f6 has been played. And that actually is not stopping white to play knight to c6 and e7.
Yeah, knight c6 looks like, okay,
And
maybe
additionally
black
brings some
will try to put some a6 resistance, trying to then open the a file even on the cost of the pawn, but doesn't feel so nice. Here white is pressing. Suddenly position looks better and better for white.
Yep, I like this idea. She brings knight f3, knight g5 without trading the pieces. So this is quite convincing.
Yeah, this is what I said. Now you have like empty bishop,
Yeah,
which
not very
long term
useful.
it's not so funny situation. Yeah, here and on the second board, let's a little bit take a look what's going on here. Now knight on a2 is a piece which white would love to reroute
On b5?
somewhere. b5, c4, king side in general. White is far away from this e5 push, which I think is crucial at some stage. That now Keti Tsatsalashvili plan h4, h5 is still not yet on the menu, right? Well, it's possible,
We can
but
prepare that. I really, as a dessert, I like this idea of knight c3, knight b5 to make sure that there's nothing on the queen side, and we control that, and then we can just think of
yeah,
our
okay,
casual thing.
I agree, but when you place your knight on b5, like you are mentioning correctly, yeah, some c4 is always to watch an eye on. Okay, so
queen c3, trading
played,
the queens.
which black will of course accept. Knight takes c3, and now some rook b4 will be played, yes, and c4 coming. Maybe white is not risking much, but I don't see that white can claim an advantage in this position any longer.
Yeah, after c4, Black is just eliminating all
Yeah.
the pawns on the queen side, and
And
then
the position of black king, this is the reason sometimes why fianchetto is good, because this king can activate quite quickly. Of course, f5 is always also an option. Yeah,
good news for Team France is that last two boards, it is so nice position for them that it's hard to imagine that
wait
they
on
can
the
lose this
on
match.
the on the third board. They are still struggling, no?
Ah, yeah, that's right. The last board is the
Yes, last board they are having situation under control,
This is better.
but here still it's complicated. And what has happened here? E5 was played. Okay, white thought that it was a moment when the pieces are perfectly coordinated and that some action is basically needed, and that's why this e5 pawn push came. It looks dangerous. Maybe not losing for black, but you need to have strong nerves to find a defense now. I'm not sure that it's even possible. Time travel, it's sort of getting serious. 5-6 minutes, it's not so much. Yeah, tricky situation for them. It's very important that on the last board they are ready to win that position. Yeah, here it's possible at the moment that Kazakhstan
Oh, we
fights
have
very-
some turns of events there on the last board.
Okay, let's check.
So knight c6, and then black went for f4, very nice counterattack, and white decided to take on e4, and now f takes g, f3, and seems like there's queen to h6 move.
Oh,
Which is
queen
very
comes
tricky.
to d2 if you play rook h1.
Yeah,
Oh,
d2
very-
and h2 is the fall.
But this proves one thing, Keti, then in rapid you need to have action on opponent's king. Because no one knows, especially white was actually cruising the game, putting pressure, and when you change the situation drastically, or at least try to put some pressure on opponent's king, although lost position, there are players who cannot handle it so easy because they were in mode of just squeezing their opponent. I think that Marcin will explain a bit more, but let's see what's happening in the meantime, what's happening in other games in that match. Yeah, c4 coming. It seems to me that black is just completely equalizing, which means that here, yeah, Kazakhstan is about to, yeah, maybe to win the match.
Yeah, and that can just give us the tie breaks that we're looking forward so much. Marcin in the studio, he has some updates for us.
Yeah, exactly. Sophie Millier has a very, very tough position, but she played really nice queen d8. For example, it was very dangerous position. For example, after queen e7, that seems also to be correct. White may play b4 at first, forcing the bishop to go away, and now to push e6, and after some bishop c6, I can play queen h5, putting a pressure on h7 square with knight g5, with bishop f5. I believe this position is really, really not far away from the victory of white. So black needs really to be very, very precise, and even though after queen d8, I believe something like bishop c4, maybe bishop c2, should bring a great advantage to white still. So as we can see, Kazakhstan has a really, really great possibility to come up with the tie breaks. Okay, back to you.
Thank you, Marcin, for this update and to give us the details in this match. Seems like the last third board and the fourth board, we have very, very drastic changes.
Yeah, a few minutes ago, chances for Kazakhstan looked really grim, and suddenly tables were turned. It's really, yeah, getting complicated for France to survive. Now, here in this position, queen d2 has been played, king g3, knight f6, and suddenly black is the side who is attacking. Looks very unpleasant.
Looks very unpleasant.
Somehow, yeah.
Is there still some chances, maybe rook h7, knight h7, rook h1 to...
Okay,
Oh,
let
bishop
me
h6.
calculate.
Bishop
So,
h6.
okay, bishop h6, you have maybe some options of bishop b2 or something to keep the initiative, but then rook g8. I don't know. So rook h7 was your try. Knight h7, rook h1. I was thinking after bishop h6 that I take this, but I don't know, is this enough? With the point, if you take, I play bishop b2, but then you can cover everything. I guess with knight f6, although some e7, who knows what's going on here. We can consult the engine say just rook g8 just wins for black because black is now on time to counter attack. So maybe this just, yeah, doesn't give any option of keeping the counter attacking chances. So white needs to play something else. So queen g8, rook g8 is the move to make. So it seems that this game will end up soon, actually, Keti. I don't see how white will actually make any concept to stay in the game. It just looks awful now for white. Yeah, it's just winning advantage.
So many turns around here in this position. We can see the nerves. We can see how important is the last match. This is must-win situation for Team Kazakhstan, and France just needs even to make a draw. We can see the players, they're very focused, and already they are starting to have less and less time on the clock. And here we do have Martin in the studio to explain what just happened in the game on the last board and how Mitra could play better.
Yeah, exactly. It seems that the problem of white is the weak king. We can see that black is trying to play f4 or create some counterplay. So the best way of handling that position with white was to play queen d5 at first, attacking the rook on a8, and for example, after rook b8, knight to e2, coming back to secure f4 square was mandatory. Of course, there is a threat of rook c2, bishop b2. Black's position is really unpleasant, right? I can play rook h1, rook c2, bishop b2. My plan is easy. My king is safe, and as you can see, there is no coordination of black pieces. That was the way of the easiest way of winning that position with white. And instead, Mitra played knight to c6, which seems not to be a bad move, but it is the beginning of something wrong going on in that position. Just as mentioned, f4, fg, and queen h6, right? All right, so that was the point. Okay, back to you.
Yeah, you see one wrong move, one step in the wrong direction, and suddenly your position is beyond repair. I'm pretty sure that Amina is quite aware that she is very close to a win.
And that is true. So let's pull up the board on the screen, and this is, guys, what we have out of the great position that white was holding for a very long time. Now seems like white is struggling. She's taking some time, and very often you're just thinking, like, at this point you are thinking in this very bad position, and you're like, oh, I could think a little bit earlier and not to make a very fast decision.
Yeah, this composure, it's very important responsibility that you recheck the moves calculation, since one slip, in this type of positions can completely change the assessment, and now I don't see any way to stay in the game. Yeah, so probably just some huge mistake from black side can save white. So in the meantime, while we are waiting, let's check has something going on. On the next boards, we do have queen d8 played, queen h5 in this game, h6 was played, and now came this bishop c2.
I like this move because if you take the queen g6, there is bishop e8, and the queen is
Yeah,
attacked.
let's show it. Yeah. So the point is, if I take bishop e8 is trick which black is counting on, but after bishop c2, I'm also clearing a space on the d file, which might be useful at some stage. Rook, when it comes to d1, another piece is joining the attack. Really, really tense situation, and actually, it's so easy now to blunder something. It's really, yeah, it's very, very close. Let's see, just has something happened here. Here, probably we are getting.
This is
to
the
a
most
draw.
peaceful game.
And let's switch the match.
Yeah, we have to switch the match. Last board has ended in a draw and in the opposite color bishop endgame. And the board 2, which was the most tense, seems like a lot of pieces have been off the board.
What has happened? So e3 played bishop d1, as we were predicting, rook c8, and suddenly this rook a3 move, which went under the radar in my calculation.
Very nice resource of the rook lived here, right away attacking the pawn on e3, and after rook to c1, which looks so logical move.
Yeah.
White captured the pawn on e3 and rook b8. One was being answered by e takes f6.
Yeah, I was just trying to check what was the right move, and I see that rook c1 is not the best move in this position. Some tempting move, but not yielding any advantage. Bishop e4 engines say as a best move, with the point probably to get out of this threat, rook e7, rook b7. But of course now g takes f6. So let's try to understand this. What is the difference? Why this rook's move was not so good? What do we have? G takes f6 and probably bishop h5.
Yeah,
it
that's
discovered the attack.
difference.
Now I see
Wow.
it. Now I see it.
Wow, that's a very, very important difference. And in that
So
similar
easy to
position,
blunder.
if you have the bishop on b1, bishop h5
Exactly.
can be, but you also have rook on c5.
And I have bishop g6 back.
Yeah.
And my bishop is on b1. Let's imagine that my bishop is here instead of the rook. Bishop comes to g6. And like Gloria has said, I will survive. You know this song, I will survive. Yeah, bishop g6. So, bishop h5 was important move. Easy to blunder, I understand. Yeah, for engines, everything is so clear, except that bugged one. But
One accident.
Yes. Yeah, but yeah, for engine, they see all those nuances. But in general, guys, if I can add, 3 things are important. One, human cannot play against top engines. Unprotected piece, double attack, and the pin. They spot this so quickly,
yes.
and this type of moves. Yeah, you just cannot keep all those motives under control, and suddenly you're dropping something. And then you are aware that you should avoid tactics, and suddenly engines are having like huge advantage. Okay, what does this mean? This means that we have like equal position. This is the correct position on the board, or am I missing something?
King
check.
to f8 has been played.
Okay,
finally.
so the point is to avoid this bishop h5. Okay, let's see what's going on. If I take on g7, is king g8 some subtle point? But I don't
so
see that
interesting.
I'm threatening
How
anything.
about rook to b3?
Possible move. Very
Rook
yeah, okay.
b3.
Yeah, this probably just winning. Okay, I can. This is just winning. So it's not the point. So what's the point there? Let's try to figure it out, Keti. What's after pawn takes g7? Where
What's
instead
the
of
magic? King takes,
okay,
check. Okay, the best bishop is not guarded, so
Yeah.
maybe we can just move the king away.
Where? Because it looks very dangerous.
King h8, perhaps.
King h8, I even spotted some.
I saw a lot of ghosts here. A lot of ghosts.
I don't see a threat, but let's say that I move my king trying to come to the last rank.
Yeah,
Something
sounds
like
good.
king h2. Rook f7 is coming. Yeah, it looks yeah good for white, but I don't know what is black up to. Let me just check here. So taking on g7, king g7, and then rook g3 is also possible. This is the move I haven't spotted, and after king h8, now I have this your move, rook b3.
Yeah, this is very nice resource for white to
Yeah.
have this
Yeah.
opportunity of rook b3.
And as always in chess, it's always to find.
Tatev goes for this, rook g3.
And
Oh,
it
yeah.
seems that this is a draw, crazy draw
King
once
king
again.
g1, yeah?
But let's see what Marcin is having.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about the last board of France against Kazakhstan match. And I believe the easiest way here for black was to just play rook g8, create a threat, discover check with the movement of the bishop. But instead, black played bishop h6. And now I believe white is forced to play rook c2 to secure the g2 square. And after, for example, rook g8, I have king h3, and my king is safe. So it's very, very hard for black to play after rook c2. It seems that the best move here is to play knight to h5 check, and due to the fact that they are in time trouble, it might be very, very difficult for them to find it. I believe something like king g4 may come, rook takes f5, rook d2, rook g5, king h3, and something like that may occur on the board, should even, but we shall see. Okay, white played king h3. I believe this is a very human move, but now I can even play something like queen to f2, creating some more threats, but still I believe that position is very, very tricky, and due to the lack of time, both will play not very well. All right, back to you.
Ooh, so many resources still for both sides here. It seems like none of the players' king is safe, and the time factor is game changer in all the games, and especially in such a positions where no one knows what's going on.
Yeah, but now white is not without chances, because a move ago or 2 moves ago it really looked grim. But now, yeah, it's possible for black to go wrong. So we might have some miracle here on that board. So let's check how that match is going. We have a draw here, as expected, that Benko style opening, and now some rook lift is happening on this board. So rook a6 resource. Is this idea getting something for black? But Keti must stay here because Sophie is on the last seconds.
Oh, she has 18 seconds on the clock. That indeed is not the greatest situation to deal this position with no time on the clock. She perhaps stopped knight e6 happening because there was a threat. Can still white go for knight e6 here?
Is bishop d7 some kind of idea?
Bishop d7.
It might
Can
be, but
be.
then h3, g6, yeah, it might be an idea. But now it's the only point is now, I don't know about your way of play, Keti, but do you play on opponent time trouble, or you just keep going like nothing has happened? I would suggest white here is best that you just
To
play
think, yeah.
best moves and not to play on
Yeah.
time trouble. But although if she starts playing fast, it's really hard to find best moves for black. with
e6
Sola,
is so strong move. The threat is bishop g6, e7. And if you play knight e7 here to stop this happening, there might be some ideas of
Queen d3 at some stage, but not yet.
Not yet, because bishop g6 is out there. Queen f6 has been played here from Sophie.
Knight f5 is an option. Are you threatening checkmate here down? I cannot play knight f5, knight h6. This was my idea, but this doesn't work. What else can I do? I can take on g6 and I can push e7.
That's
and then
one
my
option,
queen
yes.
can penetrate. So I was thinking about this plan, to take on g6, push e7, and then come with the queen somewhere down. But also, white would love to keep this bishop alive, since it's really a strong piece. So switch, yeah.
I was hoping for rook f1 here, but then black still has this counterplay with c5 to attack the knight, kick this knight back, and take the e6 pawn. And we need this e6 pawn to be alive.
Yeah, exactly. Usually they say you should push your passer as far as you can, since if it's on the 7th rank, 1 rank away from the last promotional square, miracles can happen, some tactics, unexpected.
c5 attacking
nice.
the knight,
She
e7
cannot
counter-attack.
take, guys, because queen
Queen
will
f7
deliver a
checkmate.
checkmate. This battery is very strong.
Rook g8.
Okay, and now it's possible to play knight f5, which looks almost like a winning move. Is there anything better?
This
No
is
need. I
good
guess no
enough.
need. Knight
Yeah.
f5 should be decisive blow. Let's see.
Yeah, another move is that you can also move this nice knight safe place like knight f3, and then after knight e7, rook e2 will pin the pieces, but this move is already so strong, you're threatening knight. Oh,
d6 or something.
yeah, c4 happened.
Queen d4. Queen d8 is possible now. Also is possible to take that pawn. Why not?
That was played as knight on f5 is guarded by the bishop.
Any tactics? I don't see it. I think just she's playing moves
On the second,
Yeah,
she has
which
no
cross-
time on the clock.
across her mind. Some queen f4, just collecting another pawn.
Very impressive play by Alua.
Yeah,
Nurmanova.
queen f4 is now.
This
just-
is the name we're gonna see for
Yeah.
sure for many events.
Exactly. Queen f4 is just done deal. I think that's it. Curtains. 2 pawns up, better pieces. Yeah, it's just, I think, game over. But let's wait for a second. Will she play it? Yeah, she did. I think Sophie will resign soon. Now the position is really...
Very tough to handle. Like white captured all the possible pieces. Knight on e5 is also
Yeah.
hanging.
Exactly.
You're running out from the moves here and also from the time. Knight g6.
We have the same position but without 2 pawns.
Yes. Now if knight e5, then you have queen d4. Rook c6 attacking the queen. Queen can go
Yeah, just
anywhere
to move.
safe.
Yeah, just to move the queen
Queen
somewhere.
d5.
Okay, now it's already.
It feels like there is
Yeah,
something.
there is a blow.
Yeah.
There is a blow. Let's find it. Oh, even some checkmates. I see motifs.
Queen f7, bishop b3.
So many wins.
Queen d7 is another option here to play safe.
Probably best is just to move the queen.
Yeah. No need
She can even
to
collect,
be extra
collect
fancy.
a pawn, everything.
Queen d4, offering the queen trade. You take the queen, I take with a knight, attacking the rook, and then bishop on f7 is hanging.
Rook f4 will be played.
Okay, queen f6 is a blunder now.
It's always possible to blunder. But now rook e6 is just over, right?
Rook e6 seems to be the move. And then make sure that your back rank is safe. Maybe rook f1.
Yeah, how will you take after rook e6?
Queen e6 perhaps.
Queen e6. Yeah, and just open the king or play rook f1 or something.
Yeah, in that case, just make sure that there's nothing on the back rank. Knight h6 is another threat that white has in that position. Rook f1.
Also a good move. Also, nothing is wrong with that move. Just moving away from this exchange, and e file was of importance, but now so big advantage that f file is also.
So the black played here rook to e5.
Yeah, knight h6, and that's it. Yeah, this is over. She will resign.
Knight h6.
Yeah,
wow.
it's just over.
It's on the board.
Yeah,
we see Sophie is
she's
shaking
aware,
her
she's
head.
aware that she needs to resign.
And
Yeah.
the resignation.
Okay, that-
what an impressive play
Yes,
by Alojzije
But
in this
what
game.
has happened here? Is there any change? Let's just check how the queens went off the board. So knight d5 played bishop b2, resource. Oh, playing on a checkmate, you cannot take because I played this check, and knight e7 is a nice checkmate.
Beautiful.
So you come to f6, and there was exchange. It seems that black is also winning here, so we will leave this again to Marcin. So let's just check what's going on in other game, Arabidze. Yeah, I think
That was the final?
I'm not sure that it was. Let's check. Yeah, it seems so. They just played it till the end. Ah, it was a draw. Can you check? I will just move to another game. How the draw?
So,
But
no,
if
they played
No.
a little bit more after rook
Yes,
b3.
yes, yeah.
No, the pawn was captured on g7.
Yeah. Sorry, this was my analysis. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
this
Yeah,
one?
yeah. It was like this.
Yes, takes, and then
Yeah,
bishop d5.
okay. And last board, it was drawn. Ooh, what happened there? So many action on many boards. So black was doing more than fine, and here it was like a complete move by move. It would be really hard to understand what was going on. Ooh.
Yeah, we do have actually Marcin. He has prepared something in this position. Let's give the floor to Marcin to tell us what's happening in this match.
No, I just wanted to say that we have a tiebreak for sure, and still I believe Georgia should win against USA. So only one tiebreak. Kazakhstan already won 3-1. So all the games in that match are over. We have only 2 games left in the match Georgia USA 1-1. So stay focused, and back to you.
Yeah, there was an official announcement that we have a tiebreak, and that's actually good news.
That's what we want.
All right, 2 games in progress in the match Georgia versus USA. Georgia needs to hold on draw.
This looks better for white, while in this game, queen a3, if I exchange and play rook, what happens here? You exchange, I exchange, and I play this move. So, what do you do?
Rook a6?
Of course, it's possible, but you're still a bit pinned. Maybe I can even force some kind of knight c5 stuff and so on, but okay, then I will drop a pawn. No need to do some drastic measures, but knight c7 I could do in that scenario. I could do knight c7, but okay, maybe I can start instead of exchanging.
Just to take the bishop on b6.
Rook is hanging.
And then take the bishop.
And rook a2, some mating tricks. Yeah, maybe Marcin will help us. What has happened there?
That's so
Exactly.
tricky.
Instead of rook b1, white could have taken on b6, and after queen c1, Queen b7, I'm protecting h1 square, which is absolutely important because after rook a2, king h3,
I stopped till queen f1.
and queen f1 and king,
Wow.
king h4, right?
This is what I missed.
Yeah, and I'm winning, right? And there is a mate on g7, and there is no check on h1. So white could have won immediately, and instead she played such a position we have on the board. White can for sure secure this draw in that position, but I believe it's still very tense, and because of the fact of the time factor, this will be very tense. All right, back to you.
Ooh, okay. I had a feeling that I have seen this already. Yesterday, the game Elizabeth Pats, Bibisara Sulbaeva, we had this queen move, when queen controls backwards. It is not so easy to witness, and that's the hardest things in chess, to see the backward moves of the bishop and the queen when you have time pressure. This game is another example of that.
Yeah. So what do we have here? So we have opposite colored bishops on both boards. White is much better on the first board, and this one, looks.
Rook e4, bishop f3 is coming, so white has to be a bit careful. If you lose this one pawn on g4, then you're gonna lose the others.
Not a bit. It seems to me that it's already misplayed, since now it's quite tough to react. What would you do with white?
King h3 perhaps, bishop
f3, and all the pawns will disappear. So there is some fantastic.
That's so nice.
Marcin gave us a tip that here white should play rook c3, bishop f3, and then e4, but still to me looks that this is not so fun to play. Black is obviously much better, but of course depends, will black be able to include her king or not. So let's check what has been played.
She went g5?
Now it looks to me that she is lost, but of course last seconds, clock is ticking, they are both for last seconds.
h6.
Okay, she wants to activate
counterplay,
give some checks, but yeah, there is a saying that running from the bicycle which was approaching, sometimes you run in front of the truck or bus. So here white was afraid of bicycle, but suddenly jumped in front of the bus, and it seems to me that just now this is much bigger danger than she thought. Yeah.
Well, there is still some chance for white here to hold, as there are these bishops on the board. They're controlling different squares.
Basically, it's that loss. So let's switch to the first board. What's going on there? It seems that white. Wait, d1 is not possible to stop. What has happened here? How can I stop now?
Nice. Bishop g4. So if you queen, then I take the bishop.
But what will I do now? Okay, now I need to think about making a draw, right? Why she didn't bring? No. Yeah, I understand. Just better for black. So Georgia is losing a match. Another tiebreak.
Wow, 2 tiebreaks. That sounds very nice for us.
Nice for us.
Not too much fun for the players.
Yes. No chance for white to win. Black can even play for a draw if she's not interested in squeezing this one, but of course she will try because she's in comfortable position. Yeah, piece up. A little bit strange move. Why not to d7? Okay, and then c6. Let's see what's going on in this.
Where are the rooks?
Why she exchanged pair of rooks? Wait. Now if I played my bishop, how will you win this one?
It
f5,
is.
f5, and yeah, you will.
It is still winning because you have to take g takes f.
Yeah. It's still winning. I don't have a way to come up. Bishop e7, you just push f4.
Yeah, and when you have the central connected pawns, that's pretty much winning.
Also, yeah. Now, not only move which doesn't win. The only move which wins is f4. Very interesting situation.
f4 on the board, check, and in case if white... Oh, what happens if white moves the king on g4? Was that a possibility, king g4?
Which move?
Instead of king to f2,
Okay.
was there a possibility to play king g4 and
Probably king e4 is enough.
force?
So this, you're speaking about this. So f4, king g4, I just play this.
Yeah.
And you take, I can push. You
And
need-
somehow I can't control this
Yeah.
one.
No way. King f2. Yeah.
King f2, g4 is on the board, and white is now on the move. If white goes bishop g5, then g3 can be a move, or king e4 even more safer.
Yeah, this is just dead lost.
Maybe we can switch to the first board.
Yeah, I will. This is not easy to draw. It's not important, of course. Black can make a draw at any time, but okay, this match is basically over. Kazakhstan is over as well. Okay, here we need to stay. Draw.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah. Wrong square bishop, and that's it. So we have, I think, some moment to take a break soon, right? Because tiebreak is approaching.
Tiebreak is starting at 8:30.
Yeah.
And the time control will be 3+2. The games will end in a blink, it will be so fast.
Yeah, super fast. And actually, with 2 matches to follow, we really will need to be super fast in covering everything. Yeah.
True.
But I'm really excited to see what will happen there.
Let's see the technique here, how black is going to convert. So basically you are using dark squares for the pawns with the help of the king, and you're giving the check with the bishop. So king...
Yeah, king just marches to e2.
King f5, king e4.
Yeah, just march.
Safest.
Yeah, you just march, no way.
If you attack g3 pawn with bishop c7, then f2 is the move.
Just you can travel. You have all time in the world that you play bishop d3 and then you travel behind. Yeah.
That's brutal.
Yeah. But of course, king d3 wins as well.
in towards to
Yeah,
get to
immediately king
square
b3.
and f2.
This also wins immediately. It's not so complicated.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, 2 tiebreaks. We were expecting in the quarterfinal that it would be 1 or 2, but suddenly we are having this in semifinal.
Wow. What a result and
Yeah.
a handshake.
Tiebreak in both matches, unbelievable.
That's right. In both matches, we do have here the situation where the team who was in a must-win situation won the match. That's Kazakhstan and USA. We have to congratulate to the players and the supporters of these two teams, and we wish all the best to the other teams who just lost the match, and they have to come back for the tie breaks and fight again.
Yeah, we are actually, in the beginning. Yeah, just the tournament is, or KO is again starting. Unbelievable situation.
Yeah, so here we have Kazakhstan, France. First 2 boards ended in a draw, and last 2 boards, Kazakhstan team managed to win the games in a quite nice way. And the next matchup, Georgia versus USA, we do had here 1.5 for Georgia, 2.5 for USA, 2 draws on the first 2 boards as well as the last board, and the decisive result was on the third board. So this is our tree right now. We have 1, 2, 3 in the first match, and then 3, 2, 1.
And same in the same situation in the
Georgia as well. That is very beautiful to see. It's getting dark in here, but this is not the end of a day. We're coming back, you guys, with tie breaks. And the tie-break time control is very, very exciting for us and for viewers too.
Yeah, bring your coffees, bring your drinks, snacks, and stay with us.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Women's Team Chess Championship 2023. We are in semifinals, and we do have tie-break segment. That means that the other matches ended in a tie, and now we have the equal chances for 4 teams to fight for the title. Let's see once again what pairings we have for today. The time control will be shorter.
Yeah, much shorter. Everything will happen much faster. Yeah.
All right.
I see that this match is actually the same.
We have a bit of change in the team France. We have on the last board Natasha,
exactly.
Benman, Bach.
Sophie is missing, right?
That is right. It was quite painful loss for her, so she needed some time. And we have this lineup. Team Kazakhstan, they have the same lineup, and they are ready to fight. Let's take a look. Georgia, USA. While we were getting ready, I saw Team USA walking together as a team, laughing. They had such an energy. This is the chance for them they were looking for. And in this lineup, we do have Anna Zatonsky coming back.
Yeah. I think they are now, there might be a situation that team is now giving a chance to player who is like a better blitz player. Yeah, because now if you are good in blitz, of course it's completely different story, because we had like a big rapid, not like a short rapid, so much time, and suddenly you are a super fast control where some other qualities who is thinking fast, who is good in tactics, who has some sharp openings is in advantage.
That is right. It is getting dark here in Bydgoszcz, but in the playing venue, which we're gonna check it out right now, it is going to be a lot of fireworks.
Yeah.
Last game. Oh no, hold on. In case of a draw, if we have a tie in this match, we might have another blitz game until one of the team scores.
Yeah, this is a system, guys, that you know that after 4 games, if they end in tie, we are moving to another match, which will be very interesting to follow, because players will be then in blitz mode. Yeah, very interesting day today. Yesterday we were hoping for tie break, but somehow plan our didn't happen, but today with some sort of surprise, we have 2 tie breaks.
We do have 2 tie breaks. We can see the players are very focused. Some of them are taking this as a chance, and some of them have to fight back once again. Just 2 minutes before the start of the round, and we can feel that like no one talks in the playing venue. It's total silence there, and everyone tries to be focused.
Just to remind once again our viewers, it's only a single game matches, so in case of 2-2, only then we will have reverse colors return match or another match. So that means that in one team wins, the tiebreak is over. So it's important to win just this match, not a returning one which won't exist in case you win only in case of draw. We won't have enough time for any commentary, any small and important details which Marcin was providing us. He's now behind the camera. He will help us.
Producing.
Yeah, he will help us in switching attention from game to another. So let's stick to one match, and we will move to other when something happens there. Just like in a moment it's really hard to follow, so let's stick to one game. So here we have knight f3, as you see, the things are really things are going fast. So we have like GC strategy. I will try to move from the game to another. Here already we have this Yugoslav variation I was mentioning, cardboard structure, and here reversed Benoni. At the moment it looks that this one will develop the quickest. Yeah, very tough situation, tense situation, one yeah, mistake will be punished. It's really hard to play, yeah, after some kind of long rapid, but players got used to it. We have this in many tournaments, even in World Cups. So yeah, it's important these days that you're a good player, not just in classical time control, rapid time control. You also should be also a good player in blitz, in fast time control. Here, intuition, I would say maybe patterns, the long experience and big knowledge, broad knowledge is starting to tell more than in classical and rapid chess. What I see here, I see this sideline. White opted for this rook c1, bishop f4. Actually, I played this with white. Here in this position, we have like a classical Marozzi bind. Already here, things are getting fast. We have this one, Kasbah structure once again. After f3, as you can recall, I was playing c5, commenting the c5 is the move. I think it's good that we have camera not focused on us, Keti, because now every info is important from any of the game which we cannot follow. So let's see here. We have this this reverse Carlo Beroni. Since camera is focused on Georgia, I will check the games while you can see the camera. Yeah, so maybe the best combination is that camera sticks to one match while
Yes.
we are checking the games from another. So after I just check this one, it's good that camera stays there. Don't follow me because it's not easy to catch everything. I will follow the games from Georgia, US, while on camera you will watch Kazakhstan against France. This is the best way that we can follow everything simultaneously. Martin is also behind the computer trying to update us if something happens, which is a game changer. So here, Marozzi, normal position, better for white. Here already we have some mess. White seems putting pressure. Normal position, normal position. Let's stick to this one. So, Yugoslav variation, very popular. Many players were playing this line against Fianchetto, me myself as well, with both colors. And it's always good if you have some sideline prepare for blitz and rapids. It's not easy to grasp all the nuances if you are playing.
Wow. The picture of the players changed so much. They are so visibly stressed. Their movements is
but as I said, I think better is that our technical support provide us camera, like a broad camera from other match, while we will stick to Georgia, US, so that you can follow Kazakhstan against France on the camera, while board will be connected with US Georgia match. So camera will switch to Kazakhstan against France, while we are watching the board, what's going on there.
And also a lot of things are happening in the other match where Kazakhstan plays against France.
Yeah. So camera will stick here, guys. You will see the faces while we are checking the moves in the second match. Here, white has like a normal slight advantage. This looks that players are repeating the moves. We have a draw already, Keti.
Oh.
Yeah, draw
Oh.
on the second board in the Georgia against US. Let's switch to another positions. Let's see what's going on. This one looks a bit scary for black. Black has lost a pawn here. Ooh. What has happened? Oh, rook e8, preparing f5 was a blunder since rook has lost a connection with the e5 pawn, and then white took a pawn and it's convincingly cruising
How you can
towards
give
the whistle.
now
I
a
would
check.
have exchanged the queens,
Queens.
but Lela opted for another way, which of course is also reasonable, since although this bishop looks scary, it's not easy for black to create any threat. It seems to me that here just white will win this one. Pawn up. Okay, still some serious technique is needed. Black has decent chances to hold, but healthy pawn up.
What about the first board? There is a fork on the board. Is this a series? Sorry, the third board. Third board.
Oh, let me check. Thanks for jumping. Let's see what will white do here. It really seems scary.
Seems scary.
Yeah,
when both
black
pieces
is
are hanging.
safe enough, just winning another piece. If I'm not, okay, queen e5 can be played with the point to take on e7, but of course here black is on top. So queen e5 will be played, I guess, and then maybe even queen d6 just wins. Yeah, rook c1, rook c1, queen d6 is just wins on spot. White needs a miracle there. What's going on the last board here? Pawn up, second. Black is doing solid. Georgia is enjoying better situation, but Georgia is much better in this match.
Yeah,
It
has
seems that
winning
they are
position.
cruising. We are not following. Martin will follow Kazakhstan against France. It seems that Kazakhstan is winning on the third board, which is important step. Yeah, very interesting. I see that the first board is over in Kazakhstan.
That's true, and it ended in a draw, and we do have last board in favor of Kazakhstan,
Yeah.
third board in favor of France.
Black is completely winning in Georgia against US, so that means that Georgia will start with a win. White is also winning on the last board. That brings us that Georgia will most likely win that match. So let's switch to Kazakhstan. Let's leave camera that it stays in Kazakhstan against France. We will focus on that match because it seems that Georgia is cruising convincingly to victory. Here the situation is not so clear. What do we have in Kazakhstan? Is it a draw or is it a win?
The first board is a draw.
Is this correct information? Because we are getting some different results. Okay, let's focus to another board. Hopefully arbiters will update us with exact result, because here we don't have time to investigate what's going on here, which board to follow.
Oof, the last board.
So white is winning here. Is winning for
For Kazakhstan, yeah.
Yeah, this one looks a bit unclear, but also
This one, Kazakhstan already won with black pieces.
yeah, so Kazakhstan has won the match, right? Yeah, this was an easy win from Kazakhstan. So let's just check.
Is it? Just 2 games has been done. Yeah, now third board is done. Yeah, Kazakhstan won.
Kazakhstan has won, so let's switch to Georgia. Has something happening here? Okay, black is winning on the first board. On the third board, she lost a piece. How she lost a piece? She was too. Oh, you see which mistake she did? She just blundered. Nino has blundered the whole piece.
Oh.
Okay, but still she's comfortable situation. Still she's
Extra piece?
yeah. She's just winning.
How many pieces she had extra?
Yeah, Georgia will win the match. Here we don't have any doubts. It
On the
seems
last
that-
board,
yeah,
Lela
it seems
Javashvili
that
won.
we will have Georgia against Kazakhstan. It's quite obvious now. Georgia will win the match.
And here Nino just needs to make a draw to win.
And let's check the first
match.
board. Yeah, just easy. Nothing to blunder there. So here is just any draw or yeah, his win is just Georgia has won the match convincingly. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Somehow
Kazakhstan won
from
4-0?
Yeah, somehow for Kazakhstan and for Georgia. Yeah, this is this blitz. Completely different story. If you have players who are aggressive, who very skillful, then of course it's much easier to be a favorite there. Yeah, Kazakhstan 4-0. Yeah, serious advantage.
It is,
Yeah.
and we have here Georgia
Yeah,
win already
they
the
will
match,
win, yeah.
2 points ahead. This game, with any result, Georgia already advanced to the finals.
Which probably means that those two teams are how the things were developing from the beginning of this championship, is that they deserve to be in final. Georgia was actually unlucky today in the second part of the match. Kazakhstan was cruising through the pool, so basically it's a fair, I think, outcome. But it's important that France and US still keeping some positive spirit, because tomorrow they are fighting for the bronze.
That is right. No one actually goes home from these teams, and they have to still fight for the bronze medal. Now on the board we have final game of a day, which Georgia is winning with black pieces, but the match is already decided.
Yeah. Now
Just
it's
about the
always
technique.
good to win if you're of course in a winning position. Why would you allow your opponent to save herself? Because always is important also for individual result. Rook d2 is a threat. The point is to exchange pair of rooks.
And black will push the pawn all
Yeah.
the way to a3.
For me, it's a bit surprised, because I was expecting much tense match. Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, Marchi was in the playing hall searching for a result on the first board just to be sure. Is the result correct? We can check now what is the final position in that game, and then maybe we can get the final verdict. Is it a draw or not? No, why? But he was searching for
the Kazakhstan
okay,
France.
okay. Yeah.
So yeah, we have the correct result already, and this means the tie breaks is over, and we are now officially into the finals, where Georgia will take Kazakhstan. And those two teams actually showed their best. However, we have Team France, who had an amazing run together with USA team, and as you mentioned, no one goes at home.
Yeah.
Everyone still continues to play. Tomorrow is another day, and they are still fighting for medals.
Yeah. We might give our viewers an info about tomorrow's schedule. So guys, be ready to join us tomorrow as well.
Yep. So this is the final results. Both teams, Georgia and Kazakhstan, won the match quite convincingly, not losing any single game, none of the boards. And yeah, this is we can call it a day. And you guys, this is our final three.
Wanted to add that tomorrow we are starting an hour before, right?
At 2 p.m. Central European time.
Yeah, so be with us, because I really expect some excitement.
Yeah, thank you so much for being with us for all day, guys. And you don't want to miss the finals. Tomorrow is our finals, and very possible also the tie break. So goodbye from us, and see you tomorrow.
See you. Bye-bye.